Chapter 864. Han Yunxi wanted to wake Long Feiyi up, but she couldn't bear to do so. She wanted him to rest a little longer, and she also wanted to sleep on the same bed with him like this, quietly cuddling with each other for a while. After being married for so many years, even though she had become one with him many times, she had never felt like sleeping on the same bed. But this time, when she woke up happily, he was lying beside her, hugging her. She finally felt like his woman, his wife. The happiest thing was to be able to see his peaceful sleeping face every morning when she opened her eyes. Just as Han Yunxi's fingertips brushed against his lips, Long Feiyi finally woke up. He opened his eyes lazily, looked at her, and sucked on her finger. She frowned and he let go. "Not tired?" he asked. Before she could answer, he immediately flipped over. She said anxiously, "Long Feiyi, I have something to ask you. What's going on with dual cultivation? How do you cultivate it? You used Bailey Mingxiang to lure Bai Yanqing out. Is it reliable?" "Dual cultivation?" Long Feiyi muttered to himself and suddenly laughed. He said, "To combine the lust bite power and my original internal energy into one and reach the invincible realm, I have to rely on the assistance of a martial arts genius. It can only be achieved through dual cultivation. Dual cultivation means cultivating together at the same time, cultivating both the body and the mind. Dual cultivation not only requires two people to be able to combine their martial arts into one, but they also need to have a tacit understanding in their mind. Then does your martial arts have to be equally powerful, so that you can cultivate at the same time and combine them into one?" Han Yunxi asked seriously. Think about it, Long Feiyi's martial arts were already so powerful. If another person of the same level were to join forces with Long Feiyi, who in the world would be able to fight against them? Long Feiyi nodded. "Yes. Can you find someone like that?" Han Yunxi's face was full of suspicion, but she did not dwell on this question. She was more concerned about another question. She asked seriously, "Cultivating the hearts have a tacit understanding. How do you cultivate this?" "It's the same as cultivating the body. You must first have a tacit understanding of each other before you can cultivate together and achieve true telepathy," Long Feiyi replied. Han Yunxi was anxious. "Long Feiyi, is the person doing the dual cultivation a man or a woman? If it were a man, it wouldn't be a big deal to have a telepathic connection with Long Feiyi. After all, a close friend can have a telepathic connection. As for a woman, Han Yunxi will cry." "A woman," Long Feiyi answered honestly. Han Yunxi raised her eyebrows and looked at him. After a while, she asked resentfully, "Have you found him?" Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi actually replied with a serious face, "Yes, I found it a long time ago." Han Yunxi pushed him away and sat up. She didn't say anything and just glared at him. However, Long Feiyi wasn't joking with her. He said seriously, "A junior sister from Tianshan Kenzo. She's very talented and far surpasses me and Duan Mu Yao. Because the lustbite power isn't an absolute secret, people like Bai Yanqing are very familiar with it. That's why that junior sister is still hidden by you? Are you hiding a mistress in a golden house?" Han Yunxi interrupted Long Feiyi coldly. Not only was she angered by Long Feiyi's words, but she was also angered by his serious attitude. His expression and tone didn't seem like he was joking at all. He was serious. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi still answered honestly, "Until now, no one knows." Han Yunxi sucked in a cold breath and was completely enraged. "Which junior sister? What's her name? You've really hidden it well. When did you have a telepathic connection with her? How did you have a telepathic connection with her? How do you have a telepathic connection with her? How do you plan to dual cultivate with her? How do you have a telepathic connection with her?" She was completely enraged. A telepathic connection between a man and a woman had to be a couple. They had to be very loving and truly in love with each other for their telepathic connection to be able to have a telepathic connection. After all, there were many people who slept in the same bed but dreamed different dreams. As for a pure friendship between a man and a woman, who was he trying to fool? Junior sister again. She was really disgusted with the word, junior sister. Long Fei hesitated to answer. Han Yunxi stared at him and waited without saying anything. Only time passed between the two of them. However, in the end, Han Yunxi was defeated. Long Fei, are you going to answer me? Long Fei didn't say anything. Just as he was about to hold her hand, Han Yunxi avoided him. Long Fei, sometimes I can't read your thoughts. I think we're not telepathic enough. Her heart was full. She obviously had a lot to say, but after trying for a long time, she couldn't say anything and didn't want to say anything. She wrapped herself in the silk blanket and got off the bed. She only said 2 words to him, goodbye. Long Fei looked at her lonely and thin back view and suddenly chuckled. Other than helplessness, there was only helplessness. Han Yunxi, he called out to her. She ignored him and put on her clothes. He took out his clothes and casually wrapped them around his lower body. When he stood up, his legs looked even more slender and refined. They were full of strength and made one's imagination run wild. He strode to her side and wrapped an arm around her waist domineeringly. Han Yunxi, is this how you act when you're jealous? Aren't you too ruthless? Let go. Han Yunxi was really angry. Who wouldn't be angry? Goodbye? Long Fei smiled helplessly. Where are you going? It's none of your business. Han Yunxi said cold. She had her head bowed, so Long Fei couldn't see her face. You're really jealous? Long Fei asked again. He pressed his hands against her shoulders, wanting her to turn around so she could look at him. But Han Yunxi fiercely broke free of him and raged, Don't touch me! Her voice was clearly choked with sobs. Long Fei never expected things to turn out like this. He panicked and quickly grabbed her hand. Yunxi, listen to my explanation. Han Yunxi still fiercely broke free. Long Fei didn't know where she got her strength from, but she managed to break free of his grip. There's no way to explain things like this. She raised her head to look at him. Her eyes were already red and filled with tears. Long Fei was about to explain when he gave a start. Long Fei, you lied to me again. Just how many more things have you lied to me? You liar. Don't you know how much I like you? Don't you know how long I've secretly liked you? Don't you know how hard I worked to walk those 100 steps? Han Yunxi raged. Don't you know that even when I'm with you, I feel like you're so far away from me? I don't know why, I don't know how many steps there are between us. Now I know, I understand. So it's not me who has a telepathic connection with you. It's not me. I'll never be able to walk those 100 steps, Long Fei. It's already finished. Long Fei hastily cut her off. Han Yunxi snorted disdainfully and laughed coldly. It's never finished. But we've already started dual cultivation, idiot, we've already started that night after the warm soup. Long Fei looked at her tear-streaked face. He wanted to feel heartache, but he also wanted to laugh. He only wanted to tease her and reminisce about the taste of her vinegar pastries. Who knew that her reaction would be so big? Han Yunxi was stunned. Long Fei was not in a hurry to explain. He wiped her tears lovingly. He chuckled. Even his laughter was filled with heartache. Han Yunxi, you're so stupid and so ruthless. How would I dare to lie to you in the future? Han Yunxi looked at him in a daze. She suddenly avoided his hand and carelessly wiped away her tears. Long Fei, what did you just say? What do you mean? Long Fei looked at her tear-filled pear blossom, anxious and shocked little face. He could not help but laugh out loud. You're quite cute like this. Long Fei. Han Yunxi was completely anxious. This guy just said that they had already started dual cultivation? What was going on? Were you jealous just now? Long Fei asked stubbornly. Yes. Han Yunshi admitted generously. Long Fei Yi, you're lying. You're bullying me. You bastard. Han Yunshi's mood since last night was like riding a roller coaster. Now, she did not know what was going on with dual cultivation. She only knew that he had tricked her again. She only knew that the little junior sister was a lie. She also did not know what was going on. She really wanted to cry. I do care, I like it. But you can't rely on me liking you to lie to me and bully me like this. Long Fei Yi, how can you be so despicable? Get lost. Get lost. Long Fei Yi did not get lost. Instead, he hugged her. He was satisfied, but his heart ached. Ever since the soldiers started to kick up a fuss, he had turned around a few times to see her indifferent look. He was unhappy until now and had to force her to show her attitude. Now, he was satisfied, but his heart ached incomparably. He did not know how to coax her. Was he torturing her, or was he torturing himself? Torturing and tormenting each other was also because of love. Han Yunshi did not reject Long Fei Yi's embrace. There was no need for her to ask any more questions. Long Fei Yi obediently explained everything to her. It turned out that when Tang Li gave her the hidden weapon, he had already discovered her martial arts talent. It far surpassed his and Duan Muyao's, and could be said to be the best in Cloud Realm Continent's martial arts world. She was the person he and his master had been searching for to dual cultivate with. He had always hidden it from her, and even lied to her that she was trash because he did not want her to learn martial arts. Once she learned martial arts, her martial arts talent would be exposed. At that time, he was still on guard against her and naturally would not tell her the truth. Later, in order to hide the lustbite energy and his identity as the East Qin Crown Prince, he did not tell her the whole story. Just like that, the matter had been hidden until now. When the mystery of his identity was solved and their misunderstanding was resolved, he began to dual cultivate. The results were very successful, but he did not have a chance to sit down and properly explain the matter to her these past few days. Today, even if she did not ask, he was going to tell her anyway. There were countless types of dual cultivation in the world. Dual cultivation with the lustbite energy was actually a dual cultivation between lovers. One had to first cultivate their hearts and minds. Only after their hearts and minds were connected could one begin to cultivate their body and martial art. After making love in the warm pool, he had tried to transfer his internal energy to her while she was unconscious, helping her open several major acupuncture points. It was because their hearts and minds were connected that her body did not reject the lustbite energy and nirvana energy. Instead, these two energies were strengthened in her body. If Han Yunshi knew martial arts, she would have discovered that she had at least 20% of her internal energy by now. In a sense, Han Yunshi had also learned Celestial Mountain's internal energy and could be considered to be from the same sect as him. As long as Han Yunshi cultivated her internal energy to 100%, she could officially begin cultivating her body and martial arts with him. Long Fei Yi had even hidden this matter from old Kenzo. He wanted to keep his own identity a secret and protect Han Yunshi. Even a shrewd fox like Bai Yanqing would never guess that a useless trash like Han Yunshi, who didn't know any martial arts, was actually Cloud Realm Continent's greatest martial arts talent. After hearing the explanation, Han Yunshi looked at Long Fei Yi before exploding with rage. Long Fei Yi, you big liar! Don't lie to me like this! Chapter 865. How could Han Yunshi not break down? All these years, she'd been convinced that she was trash at martial arts and even felt depressed about it. She never thought that she was actually the most talented person in Cloud Realm Continent. She'd been thoroughly tricked. Only Long Fei Yi could trick her like this. If anyone else said she was trash at martial arts, she might doubt them, but Long Fei Yi Han Yunshi was so angry that her face turned white. She couldn't even speak properly. Long Fei Yi, will you? Long Fei Yi, do you know how long I've been depressed because I don't know martial arts? She'd been the one to drag him down multiple times. How she wished she knew martial arts. As punishment, I'll teach you internal energy. Once your internal energy reaches the same level as mine, we'll begin dual cultivation. Long Feiyi said as he took out a secret manual from a cabinet and handed it to Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi opened it and saw that it was a manual on a writing board. She didn't know how to read secret manuals, but based on the drawings, she could tell that it was a hidden weapon technique. She carefully flipped through it from the beginning and discovered that it was indeed a hidden weapon technique. It taught people how to use their internal energy and special techniques to use hidden weapons like needles. I spent 2 years creating a poison needle hidden weapon suitable for you. Starting tomorrow night, I'll teach you for 2 hours every night. As long as you have good moves and eyesight, you'll be able to kill your enemy with a single needle as soon as your internal energy improves. Once our dual cultivation succeeds, the power of your needles will be no less than the pear blossom rain needles, Long Feiyi said seriously. Han Yunshi stared at him and suddenly fell silent. Long Feiyi knew how much she wanted to learn martial arts. He thought that she'd calm down after seeing this tailor-made secret manual, but she remained silent instead. A complicated look flitted past his eyes before he said, I won't lie to you anymore, really. I only have one last secret left, and I'll tell you that too. Han Yunshi, if I cultivate the 3rd stage of the lust bite power, I will be invincible. In this world, only you can kill me. The power of the lust bite fears emotions. If you point your sword at me, I will lose my inner strength. Even though they would meet on the battlefield in the future, he still revealed this secret. Han Yunshi, are the 100 steps between the two of you considered complete? Actually, if he could, he didn't want to lie to her like this. Who would want to carry this lie and live so tirelessly? It was the most difficult thing to keep a secret alone. No one knew how much patience, forbearance, and persistence he had for this woman in the past 4 years. Yunshi, Long Feiyi was about to speak when Han Yunshi covered his mouth. Only you can deceive me like this. Long Feiyi, I admit defeat. There will be a day when we meet on the battlefield, but there will never be a day when we face each other with swords. Is that okay? Meeting on the battlefield was Eastern and Western Qin's business. Facing each other with swords was their own business. Long Feiyi stroked her bangs. Definitely. He once said that deceiving her once was equivalent to deceiving her 100 times. But even if he deceived her 100 times, she wouldn't be able to blame or hate him. The secret manual in her hands that he had drawn step by step reflected the goodwill of his deceit over the years. If not for his deceit, the two of them might not have reached this stage today. She wouldn't have been able to survive until now either. When she thought back to the days when she traveled everywhere with him and fought by his side, she didn't know or think about anything. It had been so easy and worry-free. If he could do as he planned and hide her identity forever, then she wouldn't have to feel guilty and responsible towards Western Qin anymore. Han Yunshi didn't blame Long Feiyi at all. She only felt heartache that he had to shoulder everything all by himself these past few years. Long Feiyi, what will happen to you if you pass on your internal energy to me? Han Yunshi asked seriously. 10% each time. I'll recover, don't worry. Long Feiyi had a sense of propriety. Han Yunshi exhaled in relief and smiled helplessly. Bai Yanqing definitely won't expect me to be the person he's looking for. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed coldly. It's a pity that he didn't come in person last night. Otherwise, everything would be over. Won't Bailey Mingxiang be in danger if you keep her by your side? Han Yunshi asked seriously. She's the best candidate. Long Feiyi had chosen Bailey Mingxiang after careful consideration. Bailey Mingxiang was a woman from the Mermaid clan. Although she hadn't served by his side in the past, she had long entered the Duke of Qin's estate as a servant girl. Back then, this had caused quite a stir in Tianning's capital city. With Bai Yanqing's paranoia and cautiousness, he'd definitely find out about this. If he created a false impression that Bailey Mingxiang was favored, Bai Yanqing would be more suspicious. Because of this, Bai Yanqing would suspect Bailey Mingxiang even more. She's a daughter of the mermaid clan. It's her honor to die for the sake of East Qin, Long Feiyi said. It had to be said that Han Yunshi was soft-hearted towards the people by her side. She wasn't as ruthless as Long Feiyi because she didn't have many people by her side to begin with. She smiled. It wasn't easy for me to save her life, but now I'm going to die for your East Qin. She has something in her hands that can deal with Bai Yanqing. As long as Bai Yanqing doesn't use poison, she'll be able to subdue Bai Yanqing. Whether or not she survives depends on her life, Long Feiyi said mildly. What is it? Han Yunshi was curious. She scooted over and Long Feiyi told her in a low voice. Heavens! Han Yunshi was very surprised. She figured that Bailey Mingxiang would be following them for the next few days. With her around, they wouldn't have to worry about Bai Yanqing using poison. If Bailey Mingxiang could make good use of the thing in her hands, she'd not only be fine, she'd even be able to perform meritorious service. Long Feiyi, if Bailey Mingxiang performs meritorious service, you'll have to give her a military rank. Don't let her be a maid anymore. Han Yunshi's words were very pleasant to hear. Long Feiyi's face didn't look as bad as before and he was very satisfied. Long Fei, can you tell me about your childhood? How did your parents pass away? Han Yunshi asked in a serious voice. She knew so many things today, but she still felt that it wasn't enough. It's all in the past, Long Feiyi said while helping her tidy up her hair. He pulled her hair behind her back and gently arranged it. It's fine if you don't mention it. I only have you now. Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi still wanted to know. Be good. It's all in the past. I'll tell you slowly when I have time. Long Feiyi still didn't say anything. Happiness could be shared, but some pain couldn't be shared. Because once some pain was shared, it would become two parts. Those things in the past had already been buried under the ground with the people who had passed away. No one could change it or smooth it over. The more people who knew, the more pain he would feel. He didn't want this woman to know about his scarred past. He didn't want her to know about it. Han Yunshi didn't force Long Feiyi to say anything. She couldn't participate in his past, but she must participate in his present and future. At dawn, Su Donglin and Zhao Mama brought breakfast over. Your Highness, it's time to eat. We still have to interrogate those dancers in the morning. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi tidied up their clothes. Han Yunshi was still dressed as a guard. Su Donglin glanced at her and snickered. The princess was definitely the closest person to His Highness in the history of the Shadow Guard Regiment. Although he was laughing, he still felt sad when he thought of his Boss Chu. He didn't know how Boss Chu was doing now. If he knew that His Highness and the princess were together, would Boss Chu be able to accept it? Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi sat together to eat. Su Donglin and Zhao Mama stood guard outside. Oh right, I wrote a letter to Gu. He has the right to know, Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Feiyi only smiled cold and didn't say anything. His attitude towards Gu was like this. Gu should have received the letter in a few days. Han Yunshi said. Long Feiyi didn't say anything. Gu wanted to enter his barracks? Impossible. The two of them had agreed that Gu would hide the matter of Mute Granny and he would hide the secret of Gu's immortal body. Since they had made a contract, they couldn't go against it no matter what. Gu actually told Han Yunshi the truth. Fortunately, he had a chance to explain it to Han Yunshi. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't let Gu off. Han Yunshi knew that it was useless to mention Gu in front of Long Feiyi. Long Feiyi finished his breakfast in silence. Then, he said lightly, I still can't contact Gu Beiyue. Do you have a way to find the little thing? I want to know Gu Beiyue's choice. If Long Feiyi had any friends, Gu Beiyue was one of them. Although he had his guesses, he still wanted to know what Gu Beiyue's opinion was and what choice he would make. Han Yunshi shook her head helplessly. I'm afraid it's in Bai Yanqing's hands. The last time Gu Beiwei asked Chu Tianyin to send a secret letter to Long Feiyi, it didn't mention anything about the little thing. This can only mean that he hasn't seen the little thing. If the little thing isn't with Gu Beiwei, it could only be trapped in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. It had been a long time since they'd last seen each other. Long Feiyi nodded. Let's go to the water prison. Long Feiyi always had a lead in his hands that could lead him to Bai Yanqing. However, since he had the dancers as spies, he naturally had to interrogate them. Perhaps there would be some new information. Han Yunshi followed Long Feiyi out of the tent and discovered that it had rained last night. It was said that it would definitely rain on Qixi. Those were the tears of the weavers. The air was especially fresh after the rain, and the morning sun was bright but not dazzling. Han Yunshi's heart felt as if the sky had cleared after the rain. She went back to the tent and brought out the pots of sunflowers, placing them outside the tent. She purposely pulled Long Feiyi to stand for a while. When the sunflowers that were drooping saw the sun, they gradually raised their heads and faced the east. She wanted their love to see the light, to raise their heads, to face the sun, to be brilliant. When all the sunflowers raised their heads, Han Yunshi was satisfied. She let go of Long Feiyi's hand and followed behind him like a small guard with Su Donglin, heading towards the water prison. Just how many people were still dreaming in the morning after Qixi's night? In a bamboo hut beside a stream deep within a valley, Gu Beiwei had already woken up from his dream. His clothes were whiter than snow and he was skinny. Between the green mountains and clear water, he seemed like he could fly away with the wind at any time and ascend to immortality. He stood by the window and gazed at the green mountains in the distance. Currently, a hawk circled around the top of the mountain. Only when the hawk flew over the top of the mountain and vanished into the horizon did he look away. His pale lips curled into a faint smile, just like the spring breeze in April. It was gentle, and still gentle. Dear nephew North Moon, you've woken up early today. A deep voice rang out from outside the door. It was none other than Bai Yanqing. Chapter 866. Nephew Beiwei? How familiar was that title? The two elders of the Nether clan had once called him that too. Gu Beiwei was a nostalgic person, but he did not care about old friendships. He looked back and saw Bai Yanqing standing at the door. He was dressed in a gray robe, simple and clean, with a kind smile on his face. Although he did not look like a person of high status in this attire, Gu Beiwei's eyes were very sharp. When he saw Bai Yanqing that night, he knew that Bai Yanqing was no ordinary person. Gu Beiwei smiled and bowed politely. Uncle Bai. Come. Let's sit outside. Uncle Bai found a few more herbs for you. Take a look, Bai Yanqing greeted him warmly. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Bai. A smear of mockery flashed through Gu Beiwei's clear eyes, but it vanished very quickly. When he fell off the cliff that day, he was immediately rescued by Bai Yanqing's guard. In less than 2 hours, he saw Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing claimed to be the head of the Wind Clan, as well as the former sect master of the 100 Poisons sect. He had been searching for the descendant of the Shadow Clan for many years. If he had not seen him use the shadow technique in the forbidden grounds of the Poison sect, he probably would never have found him. Bai Yanqing insisted that the person who tried to assassinate him was Long Feiyi. He even told him that the Wind Clan had known about Long Feiyi's identity a long time ago, as well as Han Yunshi's origins. They had been hiding it all this time because they were waiting for the Winter Crow clan's 90,000 warhorses to arrive in Northernly so they could catch Long Feiyi off guard. However, he never expected Long Feiyi to suddenly announce his identity. As a result, after a discussion with the elders of the Wind Clan, he decided to announce Han Yunshi's identity and work with the D Clan to oppose Long Feiyi. How could Gu Beiwei be so easily fooled? Even if he didn't work with Long Feiyi in private, he would never believe Bai Yanqing's words so easily. Back then, the Netherclan's Chu clan had raised the banner of reviving Western Qin, attempting to establish their own faction from Western Zhou and join forces with the Di clan to take over Tianning to deal with Long Fei Yi and Long Tianma. All of Cloud Realm continent knew of this. If the Wind clan really wanted to revive Western Qin, why didn't they help the Netherclan's Chu clan back then? Even now, few people besides him and Long Fei knew of the Netherclan's ambitions to seize the emperor and command his vassals. Leaving aside the Wind clan, Gu Beiwe had long come to a conclusion about the Li and Black clans that had yet to show their faces. Now that Han Yunxi's identity had been exposed, these two factions should have sought out the Di clan and Han Yunxi a long time ago. However, they hadn't made a move yet. Either they were truly standing aloof from worldly affairs, or they had ill intentions and were waiting for an opportunity to strike. Gu Beiwe wasn't an ignorant 3-year-old, nor was he an impulsive 13-year-old. He was born in Medical City and grew up in the Imperial Palace. He'd seen far too many people's sinister, deceitful, and crafty schemes. He looked cultured, refined, and untainted by worldly affairs, but his clear eyes were untainted by anything. He'd long collected all the emotions of the world, the warmth and coldness of people's hearts. He was mature, steady, calm, and far-sighted. He could be gentle in every way, but ruthless in every way. Even Long Fei Yi might not be as calm and rational as him. Just like how Long Fei Yi would lose his rationality for Han Yunxi, Bai Yanqing would never do the same. In fact, he would only be more rational. Bai Yanqing could not deceive a person like him, much less control him. Bai Yanqing had no idea that he and Long Fei Yi had already revealed their identities a long time ago. They had worked together in private. Since Bai Yanqing wanted to deceive him, he did not mind playing along. It was not like he could escape. The two of them sat down at the tea table under the tree in the courtyard. Bai Yanqing pushed 4 medicinal ingredients before Gu Beiwe and said seriously, "These are tiansang, earth leaf, ginseng, and ghost ji. Boil them together 3 times a day. They'll be beneficial to your recovery." Among the 4 herbs, apart from the ginseng, the other 3 were very precious. "Thank you for your care, Uncle Bai. This junior is unable to repay you." Gu Beiwe was sincere and was about to bow again. "Sigh." Bai Yanqing stopped him in a hurry. "If nephew Beiwe continues to be so polite, it'll be pointless. Your parents passed away early. If you don't mind, you can treat Uncle Bai as part of your family." As he said that, he grabbed Gu Beiwe's hand and said seriously, "Nephew Beiwe, the princess' safety will all depend on you in the future. You saw how startling Long Fei Ye's swordsmanship was that night too." Gu Beiwe nodded and pulled back his hand without leaving a trace. "Sigh, I really never thought Long Fei Yi would be the East Qin crown prince. The princess is still in the Western Qin army? How has she been recently?" Gu Beiwe knew nothing about the current situation on Cloud Realm, let alone that East and Western Qin had already stopped fighting. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had already reconciled. Bai Yanqing told him that the Wind clan and Di clan had already become one, pledging their loyalty to the Western Qin princess and facing the enemy together. Right now, as long as Ningqing fended off the East Qin army's attacks, Jun Yixie could bring back his warhorses and win over Northern Li's cavalry. In just 3 months, Jun Yixie would lead his troops south and meet up with Ningqing. They would then beat Long Fei Yi to a pulp. Bai Yanqing had told him more than once that he only needed to focus on recuperating. Once his internal injuries were healed, there was no need to worry about the war. And after defeating Long Fei Yi, Western Qin and Tian would no longer be a problem. In a year's time, Western Qin would definitely recover. Everything is fine. Only... Bai Yanqing wanted to say something, but stopped. "What's wrong?" Gu Beiwe asked in a hurry. "Ai, the princess is a sentimental person. She has deep feelings for Long Fei Yi, but she didn't think that Long Fei Yi would use her like this. I heard from the maidservants that the princess often has trouble sleeping at night. I'm afraid she's been hurt by love." Bai Yanqing spoke as if he was speaking the truth. Gu Beiwe didn't know how much of this was true and how much was false. He was most worried about this matter. With so many things happening at once, Han Yunxi would definitely misunderstand Long Feiyi. Adding on the Wind Clan's instigation, how sad would that silly girl be? Perhaps, as an outsider, he could see how much she liked Long Feiyi. So, he didn't hesitate to take a risk. He secretly contacted Chu Tianyin with the help of a flying eagle and sent the letter Long Feiyi had asked him to deliver to Han Yunxi. He sent it to Long Feiyi. He had thought of sending it directly to Han Yunxi, but he was afraid that it would fall into the hands of Bai Yanqing and Ning Qing. If he failed, he would also expose himself. He chose the safest method and had Chu Tianyin send it to Long Feiyi. Han Yunxi was probably just a puppet in Western Qin's camp. She couldn't wield any power and might even be watched by others. However, Long Feiyi was different. Even if the entire East Qin camp hated Han Yunxi, Long Feiyi could still control everything. It had been half a month since the letter was sent, so Long Feiyi must have received it by now. All of his hopes rested on Long Feiyi. He only hoped that Long Feiyi could find a way to tell Han Yunxi the truth as soon as possible. Gu Beiwe fell silent before he said, "The princess is a sentimental person and the most responsible woman in Cloud Realm continent. Don't worry, Uncle Bai. The princess won't be trapped by personal feelings and forget her identity." "But of course," Bai Yanqing replied hastily. Then he asked, "Nephew Beiwe, when did you find out about the princess's identity?" "Back in the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds, you and Jun Yixie." Gu Beiwe sighed softly. "Back then, I was only interested in the poison beast. I didn't know she was the princess. She showed me kindness in Tianning Palace, so I naturally risked my life to save her when I saw her being bullied. Back then, he had almost died at Jun Yixie's hands in order to save Han Yunxi. Fortunately, Lil Thing had helped him out. Bai Yanqing's explanation for this was that Jun Yixie was his disciple and controlled Northern Li's military. He had long been disloyal to the Wind Clan. Bai Yanqing slammed a fist on the table. This Jun Yixie. If he had told me back then, I would have found you long ago. Uncle Bai, since Jun Yixie is disloyal, why don't you hurry and..." Before Jun Beiwe could finish, Bai Yanqing cut him off seriously. "The time isn't right yet. Right now, the Northern Dynasty's emperors are already on guard against him. It won't be too late for the old man to make his move after the Northern Dynasty's emperors have dealt with him." Although Bai Yanqing didn't say it outright, Gu Beiwe understood it very well. He had long understood the situation in Northern Li from Long Feiyi. At the very least, he knew that Jun Yixie had already used the Wintercrow clan as an envoy to kill the Northern Li crown prince. Now that he had so many warhorses with him, the Northern Dynasty's emperors were no pushovers. They would never let the matter rest. No matter what other relationship existed between Bai Yanqing and Jun Yixie besides master and disciple, no matter how much of Bai Yanqing's words were true or false, Bai Yanqing would definitely use Jun Yixie as a scapegoat to appease the Northern Dynasty's emperor's wrath and take control of the military himself. This was probably why Bai Yanqing hadn't returned to Northern Li yet. Although he wasn't clear on the current situation, Gu Beiwe was certain that Long Feiyi had already made his move in Northern Li. But how could Long Feiyi have expected Bai Yanqing to trick Jun Yixie? He was afraid that Long Feiyi would end up helping Bai Yanqing by attacking Jun Yixie. "You're smart, Uncle Bai." Gu Beiwe flattered him. "Then when did Nephew North Moon find out about the princess identity, and how did he find out?" Bai Yanqing raised this question again. He was clearly probing. Actually, Gu Beiwe had been waiting for him to ask this question for a very long time. It was also a coincidence. About half a year ago, I heard the princess maidservant, Bailey Mingxiang, mention that the princess has a phoenix birthmark on her back. Gu Beiwe lied and said indifferently, "I'm the only one left of the Shadow Clan, and the Nether clan failed to mobilize their army. Long Fei Ye's influence cannot be underestimated, and he's also a person of great ambition. If Long Fei Yi found out about the princess' identity, the consequences, even I cannot imagine. I can only hide it for now and protect her in secret. As he said that, he smiled bitterly. I really, truly had no idea that Long Fei Yi was actually a descendant of East Qin. Otherwise, I would have taken the princess away even if I had to sacrifice my life. Gu Beiwei had already learned about the Phoenix birthmark from the Nether clan a long time ago. There was no need for him to go through so much trouble to lure Han Yunxi to the poison sect's heavenly pit and verify her identity. All he needed to do was use the opportunity to take a look at the birthmark on her back. However, he knew that Han Yunxi was not accustomed to being served by maidservants, while he himself would never do something as offensive as peeping on her. When he thought about how Su Xiaoyu had scalded Han Yunxi, he could tell with a single glance that it was Chu Tiannin's orders. They were aiming for the Phoenix birthmark. Bai Yanqing nodded in thought. Gu Beiwei fell silent for a while before purposefully pretending to be confused. Speaking of Bailey Mingxiang, I find it rather strange. Strange how? Bai Yanqing was very interested. Chapter 867. Seeing Bai Yanqing's interest in Bailey Mingxiang, Gu Beiwei was certain that Bai Yanqing had already fallen for Long Fei Ye's bait. In order to hide the truth about the lustbite energy, he had helped Long Fei Yi trick Han Yunxi into sending Bailey Mingxiang to Celestial Mountain under the pretext of treating her with acupuncture. This Miss Bailey is the young miss of the Bailey estate and Bailey Yuanlong's own daughter. I don't know how she ended up in the Duke of Qin's estate as the princess's servant girl, Gu Beiwei said. Old man has heard of this as well. Back in Tianning's capital city, people even talked about it, Bai Yanqing asked. The young miss of the Bailey estate couldn't have really become a servant girl, right? Of course not. To outsiders, she's a servant girl, but she's actually learning acupuncture and poisons from the princess. The princess wasn't happy about it, but she couldn't chase her away. As this junior sees it, it's probably because of Long Fei Ye's face. I heard that the Duke of Qin's estate never accommodates guests, but this Miss Bailey managed to live in the Duke of Qin's estate under the guise of a servant girl, Gu Beiwei said. Bai Yanqing fell silent, a shadow in his eyes. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking about. Gu Beiwei continued, "That's not strange. What this junior doesn't understand is that when Long Fei Yi was injured on Celestial Mountain, he specially summoned Bailey Mingxiang to the mountain to treat him with acupuncture. In terms of acupuncture skills, both the princess and this one are far superior to Bailey Mingxiang." Bai Yanqing finally spoke. "You and the princess were busy with Medical City at the time. You probably didn't have time to rush to Celestial Mountain, right? Uncle Bai, there's something you don't know. This junior and Long Fei Yi recommended Imperial Physician Huang, but Long Fei Yi insisted on Miss Bailey." Gu Beiwei said seriously, "In this junior's opinion, there must be something fishy about this matter." A complicated look flashed past Bai Yanqing's eyes as he nodded. He did not tell Gu Beiwei about the lustbite power and dual cultivation. These days, he had sent people to keep an eye on Bailey Mingxiang and investigate everything about Bailey Mingxiang. Not long ago, he had sent spies into the East Qin camp to investigate. When he came to find Gu Beiwei, he had just received news that the 3 dancer spies had failed their assassination and had been captured. In fact, the assassination was secondary to the fact that he had sent out the 3 dancer assassins. His main purpose was to probe. Although he was very suspicious of Bailey Mingxiang, he was not completely sure that Bailey Mingxiang was the one who had dual cultivated with Long Fei Yi. He would only kill Bailey Mingxiang personally after he was completely sure. In terms of swordsmanship, if they really competed, he would still be slightly inferior to Long Fei Yi. However, his poison skills were enough to suppress Long Fei Yi. Therefore, He had to stop Long Fei Yi from cultivating to the third stage of the lustbite power. The third stage was an invincible state. At that time, Long Fei Yi could easily avoid his poison skills. Gu Beiyue's words and the failure of the dancer spies had undoubtedly dispelled the last concerns in Bai Yanqing's heart. He thought that he could start planning and do it himself. Gu Beiyue didn't say anything else. This was all he could do to help Long Fei Yi. Although he wished that he could help a little more, he couldn't be impatient in front of Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing had underestimated him, but he wouldn't underestimate Bai Yanqing either. Uncle Bai, how did the Feng clan find out about the princess and Long Fei Ye's origins? Gu Beiyue asked seriously. Bai Yanqing told him about the mermaid blood that Jun Yixie had brought back from Fishery Island. As for Han Yunxi's origins, he hesitated for a long time before saying indifferently, "You must have heard about Lady Tianxin's affair with a descendant of the poison sect in Medical City when you were young, right?" Gu Beiyue was shocked. Although he had guessed, he didn't want to be right. "I heard grandfather mention it," he replied. Bai Yanqing sighed. "That descendant of the poison sect was me, your Uncle Bai." Gu Beiyue's hands stiffened. He couldn't speak for a long time. Bai Yanqing, the descendant of the poison sect, really was Lady Tianxin's lover and Han Yunxi's birth father. "So, Uncle Bai, you already knew that Lady Tianxin was a descendant of Western Qin?" Gu Beiyue asked. Bai Yanqing nodded without denying it. "Then why did Lady Tianxin marry Han Kongan? Why didn't you ask about the princess at all?" "Why?" Gu Beiyue asked again. "I didn't know that Tianxin was Lianxin. I've been looking for her all these years. By the time I found out that Lianxin was Tianning's Tianxin, she had already died in childbirth. Yunxi had already grown up." Bai Yanqing grew emotional as his eyes shone with tears. "My father is a descendant of the poison sect, and my mother is a descendant of the Wind clan. Back then, I didn't know that Mu Xin was a descendant of Western Qin's imperial clan until I saw her phoenix birthmark. I didn't even have time to tell her that I was a member of the Wind clan before she mistook me for having an affair with another woman. She ran away with my child." Bai Yanqing choked on his words, unable to speak. Gu Beiyue's eyes flashed with suspicion. He could tell that Bai Yanqing's tears were real. Why would a man cry unless he was truly moved? But he didn't believe Bai Yanqing's words at all. Bai Yanqing was Han Yunxi's father, so it was very likely that it was true. However, everything else was a lie. Helian Zuixiang's existence as a spy proved that Bai Yanqing had long known about Han Yunxi's identity and had long set up an ambush at the Han estate. If Bai Yanqing really wanted to revive Western Qin for the sake of Han Yunxi, he should have recognized Han Yunxi long ago. He should have made his move long ago instead of being stuck between the Long Fei Yi, Ning Cheng, and Northern Li. Gu Beiyue had assumed that Bai Yanqing's ambition was to rule the world, but now he was lost and afraid. If Han Yunxi knew that Bai Yanqing was her father, how would she feel? How would she disobey? "Uncle Bai, why don't you recognize the princess? If the princess knows that her father is still alive, she'll definitely be very happy," Gu Beiyue probed. Bai Yanqing let out a long sigh. "Uncle Bai owes her far, far too much. And if we announce all of this at a time like this, I'm afraid the D clan will become disloyal." Gu Beiyue expressed his understanding. Although they were both loyal to Western Qin, the two clans obviously had to contend for power. Bai Yanqing wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes and smiled. "Nephew Beiyue, you're the only one who knows about this. Don't worry, Uncle Bai. Beiyue knows what I'm doing," Gu Beiyue promised in a hurry. Only then did Bai Yanqing nod. "Come, Uncle Bai will brew some medicine for you. You need to recover your inner qi as soon as possible. Medical City is still counting on you to return. With the assistance of Medical City, the Northern Dynasty's emperors will definitely rely on us even more. This junior can return to Medical City right now." Gu Beiyue probed. As expected, Bai Yanqing refused. "There's no rush, no rush. Treat your injuries well. When the time comes, Uncle Bai will take you back. Gu Beiyue's lips curved into a cold smile. I'll listen to everything Uncle Bai says. As for the princess, I'll have to ask Uncle Bai to tell her that Beiyue is safe. Don't worry. Yunxi knows you're here with me and wants you to recuperate well. If you need any medicine, just say the word, Bai Yanqing replied. Gu Beiyue wanted to brew the medicine himself, so Bai Yanqing politely went over to help. When the medicine was ready, Bai Yanqing insisted that Gu Beiyue drink it while it was hot. Gu Beiyue didn't know what kind of poison was in the medicine, but he was certain it had to be a slow-acting one. For the sake of avoiding Bai Yanqing's suspicions, he would always drink it all in one gulp in front of Bai Yanqing, then secretly take medicine to induce vomiting. This method could only reduce the effects of the poison, but there would still be traces of it left in his body. Bai Yanqing's medicine did help with his internal injuries, but only by a very small amount. After taking the medicine, Gu Beiyue sighed. Uncle Bai, can you have the princess lend Lil Thing to this one? This junior really misses that little fellow. It's being raised in the poison storage space. You have to hurry and recover. Once this poison beast recovers, it can rival an entire army. Bai Yanqing refused. Gu Beiyue suspected that Lil Thing was in Bai Yanqing's hands and had been trapped by Bai Yanqing. Otherwise, with Lil Thing's temper, it would have escaped to find him long ago. After Bai Yanqing left, he immediately took medicine to induce vomiting, causing his organs to twist in discomfort. He tidied everything up and collapsed onto a stool. His already pale face was drained of color, his body so frail that it seemed like he could turn to ash at any moment. To reduce the amount of poison left in his body, he used a lot of medicine. Every time he vomited, his stomach and throat would hurt for an hour. Just like that, he suffered for an hour before exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. Ever since he was young, he'd endured all sorts of ailments, much less a trifling hour of agony. He was still weak, but his eyes flashed with a sinister light. He'd already found a way to send out the letter. Bai Yanqing, just you wait. At this moment, Gu was still lying on a large tree in a forest on the outskirts of Tianning's capital city. He was supposed to bring Bai Yuqiao out yesterday to rescue Su Xiaoyu. They were about to set off when Mu Ling suddenly said, "Qi brother, today's the double seventh festival. Let's leave tomorrow." If not for Mu Ling's reminder, he would have forgotten the date. The double seventh festival was his birthday and the origin of his name, Shao Qi. Unfortunately, no one knew about it except for the imprisoned Gu Yuntian and Ling Gai. Even Mu Ling and Han Yunxi, who loved him the most, didn't know. Gu left Mu Ling in the palace and ran out by himself. He slept for an entire day and night in this quiet forest. In the past, he couldn't sleep, but now he could easily fall asleep. That was pretty good. When the birds in the forest began to chirp noisily, Gu jumped down from the tree and stretched lazily before returning to the city. As soon as he entered the palace, he saw Mu Ling standing in front of him with her bright red rabbit eyes. "Qi brother, where did you go?" Ling thought. Mu Ling was choked with sobs before she could finish her sentence. She thought he'd left her behind like before and disappeared without a trace. "Crybaby!" Gu cast her a sidelong glance. At this moment, Ning'an walked over. "Gu, where did you go? We've been looking for you for an entire day and night. We agreed to set off today. What are you looking for this young master for?" Gu was lofty and unfriendly. When he was cold, he wasn't enchanting at all, but cool and elegant. "Ning Qing is on the way. He wants you to wait for him. He wants to go with you," Ning'an replied. Gu immediately asked, "Then what about Han Yunxi?" Eastern and Western Qin had stopped fighting. No matter what, Han Yunxi had to write a letter to him. There had to be a reason for this. Ning'an glanced at Mu Ling and said, "Although the two armies have stopped fighting, the situation is not optimistic. The princess has to stay in the army." The princess said that Long Fei Yi is in the East Qin camp, so she will definitely be stationed in the Western Qin camp. Gu still wanted to ask, but Mu Ling-er tugged on his clothes and said in a low voice, "Qi brother, my elder sister sent a letter. It's with me." Mu Ling-er's elder sister was naturally Han Yunxi. She refused to call her elder sister in front of Han Yunxi, but she was proud of it in private, and called her very naturally. Knowing that Han Yunxi had sent a letter, Gu was too lazy to pay attention to Ning. "I'll let you know tonight whether we're waiting for Ning Qing or not. This young master has something to do." As he spoke, he pulled Mu Ling-er away. He was anxious to see Han Yunxi's letter. Ning didn't stop him. Instead, he smiled meaningfully. Chapter 868. Gu pulled Mu Ling-er out of the palace and only stopped after making sure that there was no one following them. Mu Ling-er quickly took out the secret letter. "Qi brother, here, it just arrived this morning." Mu Ling-er was also curious about the contents of the letter. Gu opened it and saw that the handwriting was elegant and powerful. It was indeed Han Yunxi's handwriting. There were 3 things in the letter. The first thing was about stopping the war between Eastern and Western Qin. Han Yunxi said that Ning Qing and Long Fei Yi had reached an agreement to stop the war and deal with the Feng clan separately. They would continue the war after taking down the Feng clan. The second thing was for him to do his best to help Ning Qing and use Bai Yuqiao to find Bai Yanqing. It would be best if he could use Bai Yuqiao as a witness to expose Jun Yixie and obtain the approval of the Northern Dynasty's emperors. Then, he could fight for cooperation with Northern Li. The third thing was to report to him and Mu Ling-er that she was safe and that she was doing well in the army. Mu Ling-er quickly finished reading the letter and was filled with passion. "Qi brother, we must help my sister take down the Feng clan before Long Fei Yi." Actually, Gu Qishao should be even more excited about this than Mu Ling-er. His blood should be boiling. However, he was not excited at all. Instead, he slowly narrowed his eyes and pondered over the letter word by word. Soon, Mu Ling-er noticed that he was acting strangely. "Qi brother, what's wrong?" Gu did not speak and continued to stare at the letter. After a while, he checked the envelope inside and out and compared the handwriting on the envelope with the handwriting on the letter. "Qi brother, you suspect that this letter is fake?" Mu Ling-er was shocked. "This handwriting, is it the same?" Gu asked. Mu Ling-er carefully compared them for a while and nodded with certainty. "It's exactly the same. This is my sister's handwriting. I can't be wrong. I've seen several prescriptions written by her. I still have them." Mu Ling-er quickly took out a prescription and compared it with Gu's handwriting. "It's the same." Mu Ling-er was even more certain. Gu muttered to himself, "It is indeed the same. Then it can't be wrong. Qi brother, let's wait for Ning Qing and interrogate Bai Yuqiao together. Maybe we can find something else," Mu Ling-er said seriously. Gu gave her a look of disdain. "You'll have to continue with the torture. Can a little white rabbit like you take it?" A few days ago, she had advised him not to torture her anymore, but today, she actually allowed him to continue the interrogation. What was this wretched girl thinking? Mu Ling-er struggled for a while before saying seriously, "I can take it. I'll interrogate her with you." He didn't know whether to say that there was a little devil living in the kind-hearted Mu Ling-er's heart, or that there was a little white rabbit living in the little devil's heart, Mu Ling. Gu had been mulling over the contents of the letter. He had originally planned to ignore Mu Ling-er, but he couldn't help but ask, "Girl, didn't you say that poison girl couldn't let go of Long Fei Yi? Why are you so excited now? Can't wait for them to fight?" Mu Ling-er chuckled. "Qi brother, my sister isn't an ordinary woman. I can guarantee that even if my sister is being used, she still loves Long Fei Yi very much. However, she will shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving Western Qin. She won't be with Long Fei Yi. So we have to help her settle the Feng clan as soon as possible. Now that Eastern and Western Qin have stopped fighting, the longer she confronts Long Feiyi, the more painful it will be for her. It's better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Gu Qixiao rapped his knuckles against her forehead. What do you know? Mu Ling glared at him, too lazy to explain. Although she couldn't bear to see Bai Yuqiao die, she was especially excited at the thought of being able to fight alongside Qi brother and help Han Yunxi and Ning Qing conquer the world together, freeing Han Yunxi as soon as possible. She couldn't help but imagine Han Yunxi becoming the Empress of Cloud Realm, wearing the crown and ruling the world. Poison Lass wants us to work with Ning Qing? Gu muttered to himself. Mu Ling was so immersed in her own imagination that she didn't notice Qi brother's confusion. She asked casually, Qi brother, do you want to reply now? Gu put away the letter and smiled brightly, a trace of viciousness flashing across his long, beautiful eyes. No need, we'll wait for Ning Qing to come. After returning, Gu was too lazy to meet Ning and Mu Ling, ran to Ning Qing excitedly and said, Ning, Qi brother said that he wants to wait for Ning Qing to come back. Urge Ning Qing to come back as soon as possible. We'll be leaving first if you wait too long. Little girl, you're so impudent. Ning laughed. Who allowed you to call us by our names? In the future, you have to call her big sister and big brother Ning Qing, understand? Although her tone was reproachful, it was even more intimate. Those who didn't know better would think that Ning and Mu Ling were very close. Mu Ling raised her chin proudly. I only have one big sister, your master, the princess of Western Qin. Ning, don't talk about seniority with me. If we really talk about seniority, I'm actually one level higher than you. If Han Yunxi knew that this proud girl was using her name in private and was so arrogant, she would definitely burst out laughing. When had Ning ever been humiliated so bluntly? Anger rose in her heart, but she couldn't refute it. If Ning Qing hadn't instructed her to find a way to keep this brat, she might not have been so polite. She pretended not to hear what Mu Ling said and changed the topic. Miss Ling, you're not young anymore. Later, I'll ask the princess to find you a husband. With the princess's discerning eyes, she won't mistreat you. You don't have to worry about my marriage. Mu Ling was very direct. I'm just worried about you when I saw you being bullied by Gu. Ning glanced at her and said, that night, if Ning Qing hadn't asked me to let you go, Gu wouldn't have let Ning Qing go even if he had to watch you die, right? A trace of pain flashed past Mu Ling's eyes. She didn't want to continue talking to Ning and turned to leave. Ning quickly stopped her. Girl, you're the princess's good sister, so I'm reminding you. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care. For a man like Gu, the more you stick to him, the less he will cherish you. He will only know how to cherish you if you give him the cold shoulder. Men are all cheap. Mu Ling finally looked at Ning seriously. Ning knew she had a chance and was about to persuade her again, but Mu Ling suddenly closed in and said word by word, Ning, you're wrong. Women are even more cheap than men. The more he doesn't like me, the more I want to stick to him. Even if he doesn't like me for the rest of my life, as long as I can be with him, I'm willing to do anything. You've never been in true love, so you won't understand. After she finished speaking, she turned and left without looking back, leaving Ning stunned. She even doubted if she could keep Mu Ling. Did she have to use extreme methods? Send a message to the clan head. Gu has taken the bait. Tell him to come quickly. Ning instructed the mama beside her in a low voice. Yes, the old mama replied in a low voice. Masterin, the things you wanted to give Miss Jing have been delivered. Did she say anything? Ning asked seriously. He didn't say anything. The Tang clan head invited a few elders of the trade consortium to a banquet and said he'd consider their cooperation. Miss Jing didn't say a word from beginning to end. A few of the elders were very dissatisfied. The old mama replied honestly. What's there to be dissatisfied about? If they want to cooperate with the Tang clan, they have to rely on Jing. Those old men only went to negotiate, so what can they do to help? Ning Yan said unhappily. In the end, she still loved her little sister dearly. Currently, Ning Jing was staring blankly at the things Ning An had given her. Ning An's gift was none other than a miraculous contraceptive. As long as she took it, she would never be able to have any more children. Even the child she was carrying would be lost. Before she married Tang Li, it was Ning Na who personally went to the Tang clan to negotiate. He wanted Tang Li to marry into the family, but was rejected. The result of the negotiations was that her and Tang Li's eldest son would stay at the Tang clan and inherit the position of clan head in the future. The second son would be sent to Cloud Realm Trade Consortium to take over her duties there. Although everything was written clearly in black and white, Ning Qing had only given her a year's time in private. He wanted her to cooperate with the Tang clan and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium in the arms trade. If she couldn't get the two sides to cooperate within a year, Ning Qing would be ruthless and force her to work with him to empty out the Tang clan. Under these circumstances, she couldn't have a child, or else it'd only harm the child. Ning Yan didn't want her to get pregnant with someone she didn't like. Looking at the medicine in her hands, Ning Jing's icy heart finally warmed up. No matter what, at least someone in the Ning clan still cared about her. But the warmer her heart was, the more she blamed herself. The Tang clan was Long Fei Ye's power and had been deceiving the D clan this entire time. She knew the truth and had a chance to tell Ning Qing, but she didn't. Not only that, she even reminded Tang Li. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's elders had come to visit to discuss the terms of cooperation and had just returned. Tang Li must be secretly plotting with them how to help Long Fei Yi deal with the D clan. She didn't even need to think to know that Tang Li would fake the cooperation and take over Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade for himself. She was guilty. She had let down the D clan and Western Qin, as well as all the sacrifices her brothers and sisters had made over the years. Her hand unconsciously stroked her stomach. How she wished someone could tell her what she should do. There wasn't much time left. No matter what choice she had to make it fast. She couldn't act like the past and pretend with Tang Li to drag things out day by day. At this moment, the door was suddenly pushed open and Tang Li walked in. Ning Jing quickly hid the medicine in her sleeve, all traces of helplessness and guilt vanishing from her face. Even though she was now Tang Li's prisoner, she still acted like a proud queen ordering people around. "I'm hungry. Tell the kitchens to make something for me to eat. I want to eat red bean porridge." Tang Li gave her a cold look before ignoring her and sitting down on the bed. Ning Jing was about to speak when a servant girl brought in a plate of food. Among them was the red bean porridge she'd asked for. After living together for nearly a year, he knew what she liked. But before the servant girl could set down the food, she viciously flipped it over. "I'm not eating anymore. Get out." The servant girl was scared to death and left in a hurry. Tang Li glanced at her but didn't say a word. He leaned against the pillow and closed his eyes, looking exhausted. Ning Jing walked in front of him and shouted, "I want to eat red bean porridge, do you hear me?" Tang Li ignored her, but she didn't stop. She yelled 4 times in a row until Tang Li finally opened his eyes and said cold, "Isn't there some on the floor?" On the floor, there was a pile of red bean porridge mixed with broken bowls and chopstick. It was a mess. "I wanted you to make it." Ning Jing was like a spoiled princess, throwing tantrums without reason. Chapter 869. Silence reigned in the room as the floor was a mess. Tang Li leaned against the bed as he watched Ning Jing's unreasonable tantrums expressionlessly. It wasn't as if the same thing hadn't happened before. On a certain late night not long after their wedding, Ning Jing was hungry and ignored the servant girls to wake up Tang Li instead. She wanted him to find her something to eat. As the executive chairman of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium, how could Ning Jing be a spoiled princess when she was in charge of such a large business and the D clan's Ning family business? Tang Li knew that her unreasonable tantrums were only meant to make him lose his temper, so he played along to the end. Back then, Tang Li's acting skills were superb. No matter how much trouble Ning Jing made, He waited on her like a slave to his wife. He even seemed to enjoy the hardship as if it were syrup. He personally went to the kitchens to find a bowl of red bean porridge. Ning Jing took a bite before dropping it to the ground, complaining that it was too sweet and cloying. He wasn't angry at all, but told her to wait with a chuckle. He personally went to boil a bowl of porridge and added double the amount of sugar, preparing to play the fool and prank her. He even planned to make another bowl with double the amount of sugar if she thought it was too sweet. That was until she stopped ordering him around. But Ning Jing not only didn't fall for Tang Li's tricks, but ate it all in one go. She even praised Tang Li's culinary skills and said that she would only eat his red bean porridge in the future. Thus, from that night onwards, Ning Jing would torment Tang Li every few days. Sometimes it was late at night, sometimes early in the morning. No matter how tired Tang Li was, she would drag Tang Li out of bed to make porridge. Tang Li was not easy to deal with. He added more and more sugar to the porridge, but Ning Jing could eat it. That was until one time when Tang Li added 10 spoonfuls of sugar to a small bowl of red bean porridge, and Ning Jing ate it all without frowning. Tang Li almost suspected that there was something wrong with Ning Jing's taste buds. Tang Li was defeated in this secret battle of sweetness. He was really afraid that Ning Jing would get sick if she continued eating like this. From then on, she didn't dare to add too much sugar to the porridge. Ning Jing didn't comment on the difference in taste. She ate it all quietly. This incident made Tang Li understand a principle. Don't take a woman seriously. When a woman takes a man seriously, she is too scary. The past was still vivid in his mind, but now things had changed. Tang Li raised his eyebrows and glanced at Ning Jing. He sneered, "Forget it if you don't want it." After he finished speaking, he got up and strode out of the door. Ning Jing chased after him at the door but was stopped by the guards. She was under house arrest and couldn't go out at all. Actually, she didn't want to go out. She was just putting on an act. She was sure that he wouldn't come back tonight. Only when he wasn't around could she calm down and think about what she should do. Tang Li didn't go far from the courtyard when he bumped into Madame Tang. Madame Tang looked anxious. "Ali, the elders are looking for you." What are you doing in the middle of the night? Why are you hiding in the kitchens to cook porridge?" Yes, the red bean porridge that Ning Jing overturned was the porridge that Tang Li locked himself in the kitchens to cook after he stood the elders up. He didn't know what was wrong with him today. "I didn't," Tang Li denied. "You can fool your father, but can you fool me? Ali, tell mother the truth. Have you really taken a fancy to that girl Ning Jing?" Lady Tang asked seriously. Tang Li ignored her and strode forward. Madame Tang quickly chased after him and said in a displeased voice, "You little brat, if this old lady couldn't see through your thoughts, then I would have doted on you for 20 years for nothing." Tang Li still didn't say anything as he headed to the discussion hall. Madame Tang didn't chase after him and shouted, "Someone come, take Ning Jing to Returning Dragon Peak. Tell Yiru to properly watch over her." Returning Dragon Peak was where the Tang sect's ancestral hall was located, enshrining the ancestral tablets. Madame Tang didn't know that Aunt Ru was imprisoned on Returning Dragon Peak. Only when Han Yunshi's identity was exposed and Tang Zijin impulsively went to Returning Dragon Peak to find Aunt Ru did Madame Tang learn of this matter. Now that Ning Jing was under house arrest in the Tang sect, if Madame Tang sent her to Aunt Ru on Returning Dragon Peak, with Aunt Ru's hatred for the East Qin camp, in less than 3 days, Ning Jing would be tortured to death. Tang Li kept walking forward, causing Madame Tang's lips to curve up into a smile as she silently counted in her heart. 1, 2, 3. She thought she could count to 5, but she didn't even reach 4 before Tang Li stopped. But Tang Li didn't look back, only said coldly, "Do as you like. But if she tortures Aunt Ru to death, I might not be able to take down Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade." So speaking, he strode away. Madame Tang chased after him a few times, but couldn't catch up. That damn child! Madame Tang was so angry that her face turned green. Old man, calm down and take care of your body, the servant girl coaxed anxiously. Say, this child, just what is he thinking? Madame Tang realized that she didn't understand her son at all. After some hesitation, Madame Tang went to Ning Jing's rooms. It was already late at night, so Ning Jing never expected Madame Tang to show up. She hadn't even dressed properly when Madame Tang dismissed all the servant girls and walked into the bedroom. Ning Jing had lived on reclining Dragon Peak for months and sparred with Madame Tang countless times with Tang Li protecting her. She'd never met the woman alone like this before. For some reason, Ning Jing felt a little flustered. A complicated look flitted past her eyes before she simply sat still on the bed. Madame Tang slowly sat down on one side and said, Ning Jing, since you're still my daughter-in-law, I'll give you a way out. Do you want it or not? Be straightforward. If there's no arms trade, there's only one life, Ning Jing coldly said. She wondered why Madame Tang had come in the middle of the night, but it turned out she was here to give her a way out. Ning Jing calmed down considerably. After she returned to the Tang clan, Tang Zijin and the rest had sought her out. All of them had come to give her a way out, all for the sake of the arms trade. She'd already betrayed the D clan once, so she wouldn't betray them a second time. Tang Li had already taken away all the accounts and keys of her arms trade. But without her personal seal and the seal of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders, Tang Li still couldn't take over the arms trade. Madame Tang laughed. Arms trade? Hee, that's a man's business. Ning Jing, I'm not asking you to do anything to betray the D clan. I just want you to restrain yourself and draw a clear line between you and the D clan. Once Tang Li takes over the arms trade, I promise to keep you alive and find a way to keep you by Tang Li's side as a concubine. If you agree, you'll have to swear an oath. Once they took over the arms trade and revealed the Tang clan's true background, the D clan's Ning clan wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Nor would they be able to get Ning Jing back. With Tang Zijin's temper and the Council of Elders style, they'd definitely kill Ning Jing. Madame Tang felt that the conditions she'd offered Ning Jing were already very generous. If she wasn't afraid that her son would fall out with the Tang clan because of love, she would never do something so foolish. Ning Jing couldn't help but laugh out loud. Madame Tang grew angry. What are you laughing at? You're not asking me to do anything to betray the D clan? Madame Tang, if your son falls into the D clan's hands and loses the Tang clan's hidden weapons, will he still be able to live? Ning Jing retorted. She clearly knew the truth but did nothing. That was an even more shameless betrayal. Although Madame Tang hoped that her son would survive no matter what, she couldn't answer Ning Jing's question. She couldn't confidently say, I will. Madame Tang was speechless for a long time before she huffed, Ning Jing, you're a woman. Why must you be so stubborn? If you surrender to the Tang clan, Tang Li won't mistreat you. Ning Jing sneered. I don't care about that shameless Tang Li. If Madame Tang doesn't have anything else to say, please leave. Madame Tang stood up abruptly and said angrily, Ning Jing, do you want to waste time like this? Don't even think that the D clan can save you. I'm telling you, the Tang clan will take the arms trade. Once Tang Li takes the arms trade, it'll be your time to die. Madame Tang left in a huff. Ning Jing smiled coldly, unmoved. How could she hope for the D clan to save her? What a joke. After locking the door, Ning Jing took out the medicine Ning gave her. Without hesitation, she soaked the powder and poured it into the flower pot on the side, leaving no trace behind. If Ning knew she'd betrayed Ning Qing and didn't tell Ning Qing about the Tang clan's true background, she'd never give her medicine again. She wouldn't even acknowledge her as her little sister. She didn't need an abortion pill. All she needed was a bottle of poison. Once she took it, she'd die and be done with it. If she continued living, she'd only be at Tang Li's mercy. She'd trick Ning Qing and steal Cloud Realm Continent's arms trade. She'd already made a mistake once. If she kept doing it, even death wouldn't be enough to atone for her sins. Actually, she should have died long ago in Medical City. If she had, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's Council of Elders wouldn't have come to the Tang clan to negotiate. Then they wouldn't have fallen into Tang Li's trap. Thinking up to here, Ning Jing took out the dagger she always carried with her, but couldn't bring herself to do it. If this was the past, she would have been decisive and ruthless. Whether it was others or herself, she wouldn't even blink in the face of death. Those who should live, and those who should die early, right? But now she had someone to tie her down. Her hand unconsciously stroked her stomach again. She was ruthless to Tang Li and herself, but how could she be ruthless to an innocent little life? She hadn't lied to Tang Li at Medical City. She really was pregnant with his child, their child. She had imagined countless times how Tang Li would react if he found out about the existence of this little fellow. If this was the past, he'd definitely put on a good show and happily pick her up and spin her around in circles, right? But now? He'd said in Medical City that she didn't have the right to be in his arms. He'd only found a doctor to abort the child. She could either die, or flee the Tang clan and the D clan as soon as her stomach showed signs of pregnancy. Ning Jing had chosen the latter long ago, but it was simply too difficult to escape. Unless Tang Li took her down the mountain again, she had no chance at all. She only had 1 month at most. Ning Jing decided to risk it all. Anyway, the worst result was death. It couldn't be worse. After making up her mind, Ning Jing slept very soundly that night. Late at night, the elders had all left. Tang Li sat alone in the empty meeting hall. He was dressed in white like a banished immortal, but his lonely figure was like a fallen immortal who had fallen into the depths of hell, never to be redeemed or liberated. He was silent for a long time. Suddenly, he stood up and rushed out of the door like a madman. He ran all the way to Ning Jing's door. The guards on night duty were frightened by him. "Sect Master, what happened? Open the door," he said coldly. Chapter 870. The guard didn't dare to delay and hurriedly opened the door for Tang Li. But even after the lock was unlocked, the door still wouldn't open. Tang Li then realized that Ning Jing had locked the door from the inside. "Ask her to open the door," he said coldly, not wanting to do it himself. With the guard's shout, no matter how deep Ning Jing slept, she woke up. But she didn't think much of it as she turned over and buried her head in the pillow and continued to sleep. "Master, nothing will happen, right?" the guard asked worriedly. Tang Li knew Ning Jing too well. If she didn't want to open the door, even if the guard shouted until his voice was hoarse, she wouldn't bother about it. He didn't say anything else and broke through the window from the side. He had already jumped into the room, but Ning Jing was still nestled in the silk blanket, indifferent. She knew that other than him, no one else would dare to barge in. Tang Li rushed to the front of the bed like a madman, but when he saw Ning Jing's peaceful sleeping face, he suddenly calmed down. Even though he knew that she was pretending to sleep, he didn't expose her. Why did he rush over? He didn't know either. He just stood there like that, and half an hour later, Ning Jing finally turned around to look at him. "What's the matter? I'll give you one last chance, hand over your seal, otherwise, I'll send you to the dark prison right now," Tang Li said coldly. "Do as you wish." Ning Jing still said the same words. Tang Li suddenly grabbed her hand and dragged her outside. Ning Jing allowed him to drag her to the door. It wasn't until the guard at the door suddenly turned around that Tang Li realized that Ning Jing's clothes were disheveled and her body was exposed. His originally gloomy face suddenly became even more frightening. He kicked the guard far away and went back to grab a set of clothes and threw it to Ning Jing. "Shameless!" "Thanks to you," Ning Jing retorted bluntly. "Wear it," he said angrily. "I'm happy to." "What does that have to do with you?" Ning Jing asked. In the past few months, if it weren't for Tang Li giving in to her, who knew how many times they would have quarreled every day. "Don't forget that this sect master is the one who officially married you. Don't embarrass me before you die." As Tang Li spoke, he tried to pull Ning Jing again. However, Ning Jing stopped him and said, "Let go. I promise you. She had been waiting for an opportunity, and now that he had come knocking on her door, she naturally had to seize it. The word whatever just now was just for show. At least you know what's good for you. Tang Li immediately reached out to ask for the seal. Ning Jing sized him up and could not help but chuckle. Tang Li, I thought you were very smart since you were so good at acting. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Cut the crap. Hand it over. Tang Li said coldly. Why would I carry such an important thing with me? Ning Jing asked. After you married into the Tang sect, you were still in charge of everything in the arms trade. If you don't carry the seal with you, how do you communicate with the arms trade? Tang Li asked. The people in the arms trade only followed the rules. Without the seal, no matter how many letters Ning Jing wrote, the people in the arms trade would not accept them. My letters are all transferred to someone. After he stamps them for me, he sends them to the arms trade. It's up to you to believe it or not, Ning Jing explained. Where is he? Tang Li asked. In Northern Li, Ning Jing answered. Tell him to send the seal over immediately. Tang Li ordered. You are really stupid. Ning Jing scolded again. The reason why I left the seal in his hands was because my brother was suspicious of the relationship between the Tang sect and Long Fei Yi. If you do this now, you'll only arouse my brother's suspicions. Where is he in Northern Li? Who is he? What does he look like? Tang Li wanted to send someone to search. His name is Ouyang Jing, one of my brother's trusted aides. He's in charge of Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's business in Northern Li. Ning Jing feigned helplessness. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium doesn't have any business in Northern Li. He's a businessman on the surface, but he's actually my D-clan's spy in Northern Li. He's the adopted son of the head of Northern Li's main trade consortium. Pack up. I'll take you down the mountain tomorrow so we can search together. If you dare to play any tricks, you'll have to bear the consequences. Tang Li got straight to the point. Ning Jing played with her pretty fingernails as she said coldly, I won't go with you. State your conditions. No way I'll let you go. Tang Li understood her very well. After you get my personal seal and Cloud Realm's arms trade, you have to promise to protect my life and provide me with good food and drinks. Ning Jing said seriously. She didn't notice the flash of joy in Tang Li's eyes. He had been waiting for her to yield and compromise for a long, long time. As long as she was willing to yield a step, he would protect her life even if he had to offend all the elders of the Tang clan, his father, and the entire East Qin faction. He didn't want her to leave, much less die. It's a promise. Tang Li stuck out his pinky. Ning Jing glanced at him disdainfully. She refused to make a pinky promise with him, but took his hand and gave him a high five. But as soon as Ning Jing's hand touched Tang Li's, Tang Li suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her into his embrace. He lowered his head and kissed her in a familiar manner. He domineeringly pried open her mouth and entered. However, after a while, Ning Jing suddenly broke free from him and looked at him with eyes filled with confusion. Tang Li instantly sobered up. His lips curled as he said with a cold smile, I hope our cooperation goes smoothly. One more woman to warm my bed, this sect master. Before he could finish, Ning Jing sent a slap over. She used a lot of strength and slapped Tang Li's face until it swelled up, but her voice was still calm. She even smiled at Tang Li as she said, You can't do it. How about you kill me right now? I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning. Tang Li threw down these words before turning to leave. His breath still lingered on her lips. Ning Jing grinned, full of self-mockery. Deep into the night, Long Fei Yi, who was far away in the army, didn't know that Tang Li had fallen into Ning Jing's trap. He personally interrogated the 3 dancer spies. The tall dancer and the lead dancer were tortured to death, but they didn't make a sound. Now, only the green-clothed dancer was still breathing, but she didn't say a word for the entire night. This was Long Fei Ye's biggest failure in interrogating spies. Although it was a failure, he rather admired by Yanqing's female spies. After all, the torture he used the entire night was torture. When he walked out of the cell, Han Yunshi immediately walked over from the other side. She had been watching all night and didn't show her face. "Your Highness, let's keep this woman. We'll interrogate her in a few days," Bailey Yuanlong advised. He stood in front of Han Yunshi, blocking her. Long Feiyi didn't say anything, but reached out a hand to Han Yunshi. Even if Bailey Yuanlong wasn't willing, he still had to step aside. The water prison was set up in a karst cave under the river next to the army camp. It was guarded by mermaid soldiers and was very well hidden. Long Feiyi led Han Yunshi out of the karst cave and only let her go when they reached the shore. Bailey Yuanlong followed, but before he could speak, Long Feiyi said coldly, "This crown prince will be leaving secretly tonight. I'll have to trouble General Bailey with military affairs." "Your Highness, are you planning to use that clue?" Bailey Yuanlong asked in a low voice. Han Yunshi was slightly startled. She didn't understand what Bailey Yuanlong wanted, but she didn't ask on the spot. "Amen." Long Feiyi instructed, "Proceed as usual in the army. Both the Navy and the Army prepare for war at any time. Also, pay attention to Tian-Un and Western Zhou's movement." "Yes." Bailey Yuanlong glanced at Han Yunshi, thinking that His Highness was probably going to leave with Han Yunshi. Just as he was wondering how to persuade him, Su Donglin suddenly rushed over. "Your Highness, General, several soldiers in the kitchen camp have been poisoned. I don't know what poison they've been poisoned with, but they're foaming at the mouth and twitching non-stop. The military doctors are helpless." Long Feiyi and Bailey Yuanlong were both startled, but Han Yunshi didn't say anything and hurriedly ran to the kitchen camp. Long Feiyi immediately followed, leaving Bailey Yuanlong standing in place with a complicated expression. "General Bailey, shall we go together?" Su Donglin asked tentatively. Bailey Yuanlong glared at him, then left with a flick of his sleeves. When he arrived at the kitchen camp, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Su Donglin, who'd arrived shortly after, was also shocked. Before he'd left, several soldiers were still foaming at the mouth and twitching all over. In just a short while, their skin had turned black, and even their faces had turned black. It was extremely terrifying. Han Yunshi had the poisoned soldiers take the antidote one by one, then turned to look at Long Feiyi. "I can only save one. Who should I save? Hurry up!" Long Feiyi was about to speak when Bailey Yuanlong cried out in alarm, "What do you mean?" Han Yunshi took out golden needles and medicine from her medical pouch as she explained, "They've been poisoned by the white-lipped ringed krite. If they've been poisoned for more than 3 minutes, they'll undoubtedly die. To detoxify this poison, besides taking the antidote, you also need to find the acupoints to expel the poison. There's no time now, so I can only save one person. Hurry up and make your choice. Otherwise, you won't be able to save anyone. Also, General Bailey, you'd better hurry and inform the soldiers to be on high alert. The white-lipped ringed krites usually don't move, but once they do, they'll move in group. There's at least 1,000 of them. It's impossible for them to only attack these few soldiers. There must be a big snake den near the camp." As Han Yunshi spoke, she tossed Bailey Yuanlong a large bag of antidote. "Soak 2 large vats of water and let the soldiers drink it, just in case." Bailey Yuanlong caught the antidote. He was 70% convinced and 30% skeptical. His Highness trusted Han Yunshi, and so would he. His Highness was willful, but he wouldn't joke around with the lives of the entire army. However, Han Yunshi was still a Western Qin princess. If he had poison in his hands, the Bailey army would be completely wiped out. Long Fei picked the strongest soldier and said, "Protect him." Su Donglin hurriedly stepped forward to help the soldier take off his shirt. Han Yunshi's movements were nimble, fast, and accurate. She had her own set of acupuncture techniques, and her movements were professional, domineering, and charming. Bailey Yuanlong had already sent someone to inform him of this emergency, but he still held the antidote in his hand, hesitating. Long Fei Yi frowned. "What are you still standing there for?" Bailey Yuanlong hurriedly turned and left. He returned to his own tent and personally soaked the antidote into 2 large vats of water. However, he didn't immediately distribute it to the soldiers. Instead, he found a soldier to test it out. The soldier took a sip and didn't suffer any major injuries. 2 military doctors stood by his side and checked his pulse every once in a while. Bailey Mingxiang rushed over when he heard the news. He was extremely anxious when he saw the soldier testing the antidote. Just as he was about to persuade him, Deputy General Zhao rushed in like a madman. "General! General! Something bad has happened. A large number of poisonous snakes have appeared in the West Camp. All the soldiers there have been bitten, and only a dozen or so have survived. So far, we've only discovered about 300 snakes. We don't know if there are any more that haven't been found yet." Most of the soldiers were sleeping in the middle of the night. It was impossible to guard against a swarm of poisonous snakes. Moreover, Bailey Yuanlong had just issued the order, and the soldiers hadn't yet deployed their defenses. When he recalled Han Yunxi's at least 1,000, Bailey Yuanlong's vision darkened and he almost fainted. It's over. Chapter 871. Even if Bailey Yuanlong risked his life to hold on, he couldn't afford to pass out at this critical juncture. "Deputy General Zhao, hurry! Pour these 2 large vats of water down. Each person should drink a mouthful to prevent the snake's venom. Everyone, be on guard and search for the poisonous snake." After Bailey Yuanlong gave the order, he immediately rushed to the West Camp. By the time he arrived, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had already arrived. The ground was littered with corpses. More than 200 people, as well as several hundred bitten victims, had already taken the antidote. Fortunately, Han Yunxi's detoxification system had concocted a pile of antidotes at the last minute. Otherwise, no one present would have survived if they had to find the antidote at the last minute. Han Yunxi was still dressed in her shadow guard attire. She was crouching on the side, administering acupuncture to detoxify several high-ranking officers. Su Donglin and a few shadow guards stood around her, not allowing anyone to approach or disturb her. Bailey Yuanlong didn't see His Highness. As soon as he saw Han Yunxi, he excitedly rushed over. "Han!" He almost spilled the beans, but hurriedly corrected himself. "Feiyun, the situation." Before he could finish, Su Donglin sternly interrupted him. "His Highness has ordered that anyone who disturbs Feiyun will be killed without mercy. This general wants to ask, General Bailey, Feiyun is saving the soldiers. Every moment is precious. Wasting a single word with you will cost a life. Can you bear the consequences?" Su Donglin didn't forget to remind him, "General Bailey, you'll have to take responsibility for the lives of all the people in this place. Save your energy." Bailey Yuanlong's heart skipped a beat, but he remained silent. He looked at Han Yunxi and saw that her expression was grave and solemn. Her movements were crisp and nimble. She didn't panic because of the urgency of the situation, nor did she cut back on her treatment because of the lives at stake. She was calm and decisive. She didn't waste any time. Even the strands of hair that had fallen down were tied up by Granny Zhao. She spent every moment on saving people. Bailey Yuanlong had originally wanted to set aside the rift in his heart and sincerely ask Han Yunxi for advice on how to salvage the situation and find those snakes. He was extremely dissatisfied when Su Donglin stopped him, but after watching for a while, he saw that the faces of the guards saved by Han Yunxi had regained their color. He was wholeheartedly convinced. Of course, he did not stand there for too long. He asked the person beside him, "Where is His Highness?" "His Highness brought people to catch the snakes. The princess gave His Highness some medicine that can lure the snakes out." Su Donglin answered truthfully. Bailey Yuanlong was about to leave when he added, "Guard the place well. Don't let anyone disturb him." Su Donglin didn't know whether to be angry or amused, so he ignored him. Just like that, Long Fei-yi led people to find the hidden poisonous snakes, Han Yunshi rescued the injured, and Bailey Yuanlong and several deputy generals distributed the antidote to all the soldiers in the camp. The chaotic scene quickly became orderly. The white-lipped Krite's venom flared up too quickly. No matter how fast Han Yunshi moved, the number of people she could save was ultimately limited. Fortunately, the poison was discovered quickly in West Camp. Some soldiers took the antidote in time and saved their lives without Han Yunshi's needles. After Han Yunshi finished her rescue work, she didn't even take a sip of water. She immediately went to Long Fei-yi. After understanding the situation with Long Fei-yi, she split up with him. It was much easier for Han Yunshi to find the poisonous snakes than it was for Long Fei-yi. She didn't need to use special medicine to lure them out. She only needed to activate the detoxification system to find the location of the snake. It wasn't until the afternoon of the next day that all the work was basically done. Your Highness, there are 375 dead, 130 wounded, and 171 who recovered by taking medicine. Feiyun managed to save 29 people. We've already notified the families of the deceased and arranged for them to be comforted. The injured have all been arranged to recuperate in East Camp. All officers and soldiers in the camp have taken the antidote as a precaution. With that, Bailey Yuanlong fell to his knees. This general has disobeyed military orders and caused a great disaster. Please punish me, Your Highness. Long Fei-yi sat on the tiger-skin chair and leaned forward. His fingers were interlocked and pressed against his lips as he stared at Bailey Yuanlong with deep, cold eyes. He didn't say anything for a long while. Han Yunshi sat to the side, holding a dead white-lipped Krite in her hand. She seemed to be studying something and didn't pay any attention to Bailey Yuanlong. Seeing that His Highness didn't say anything, Bailey Yuanlong glanced at Han Yunshi, his eyes gloomy. Do you regret it? Long Fei suddenly asked coldly. Bailey Yuanlong was alarmed. He felt that His Highness's black eyes could see through him with a single glance. He hesitated for a long time, but still didn't answer. There were only the three of them in the large tent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The quieter it was, the more nervous Bailey Yuanlong became. He wanted nothing more than for His Highness to give him a few slaps and kicks, but he couldn't withstand His Highness's silence and scrutiny. Long Fei-yi only asked one question. Bailey Yuanlong didn't answer, so he didn't ask again. He silently waved his hand, indicating for Bailey Yuanlong to withdraw. Your Highness! Bailey Yuanlong had a lot to say, but he didn't know what to say. In the end, he remained silent. He didn't leave and just knelt there, waiting. Long Fei-yi slowly narrowed his eyes and clenched his hands into fists. Bailey Yuanlong could feel his anger and lowered his head to wait for the storm. Han Yunshi seemed to have sensed something and looked up. It was at this time that Su Donglin suddenly ran in. Your Highness, Princess, those snakes have gone crazy. Quickly go take a look. Last night, in addition to the 600 or so snakes that had been killed on the spot, there were still 300 that were imprisoned alive. The reason they hadn't been killed was because Han Yunshi wanted to use them as bait to find the snake den. The white-lipped Krite was very similar to ants in their social habit. Not only did they live in groups, but they also had a snake queen in charge of giving birth. Unlike the ant queen, the snake queen not only had a terrifying venom, but also a very powerful attack. The camp was still here and hadn't been attacked by the snake. There had to be a reason for the sudden attack last night. Either someone had malicious intentions, or the snake den was nearby and had been accidentally provoked. No matter what the reason was, they had to find the snake queen as soon as possible. Otherwise, after she and Long Fei-yi left, no one in the camp could resist the snake queen's venom. It must be the snake queen summoning them. Let's go take a look. Han Yunshi said seriously. Long Fei-yi ignored Bailey Yuanlong and strode out with Han Yunshi, hurrying to West Camp. Bailey Yuanlong hesitated for a moment, but still chased after them. West Camp was empty apart from the corpses. The dead snakes were piled up in a pile, while the living ones were tied up in metal cages. They were crazily climbing and gnawing at the metal cages, spitting out poisonous gas from time to time. Han Yunshi hadn't even gotten close when she sensed that something was wrong. She stopped Long Fei Yi and the others. "Don't get too close, there's poison." She stopped Long Fei Yi and the others, but got very close herself. Long Fei Yi was quite dissatisfied. In front of Bailey Yuanlong and several shadow guard, he tugged at Han Yunshi's clothes from behind. He didn't say anything, but everyone knew that he didn't want Han Yunshi to go any closer. Han Yunshi turned back and smiled, whispering, "It's fine, I'll take care of all the poisons that attack me." After cultivating to the second level of the poison storage space, she was basically immune to all poisons. She wasn't afraid of any poison. Han Yunshi got close to the metal cage and closed her eyes, as if she was smelling the poisonous gas in the air. Long Fei Yi and the others watched from behind. Even Long Fei Yi didn't dare to disturb her, let alone the others. After a while, Han Yunshi opened her eyes and suddenly got close to the metal cage. At that moment, a white-lipped kite suddenly came over and opened its mouth. "Careful!" Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunshi back and scolded, "You're crazy." "I'm fine. Really? The metal cage can't stop it from biting me," Han Yunshi said helplessly. She hated being disturbed when she was working. Unfortunately, the one disturbing her was Long Fei Yi, so she could only endure her temper. "What are you doing?" Long Fei Yi asked. "There are two kinds of poisons in the air. One is the poison released by the Snake Queen and the other is the poison released by these poisonous snake. The two poisons have different characteristics, but they can find each other in the air and combine to create a new poison that can spread to a radius of 100 li," Han Yunshi said as she gently pushed Long Fei Yi's hand away and moved closer to the metal cage. "The Snake Queen's poison is very strong. Before the snake's poison can spread, the Snake Queen's poison has already found them. There's already a new poison in the metal cage, and it's starting to spread." "Then won't everyone be poisoned?" Bailey Yuanlong anxiously asked. The East Qin army wasn't just stationed here. There were several scattered camps scattered over a radius of 100 li. Moreover, after the ceasefire, there were more and more civilians returning to their homes. If the poison spread, the consequences would be unimaginable. Bailey Yuanlong regretted his words as soon as they left his mouth. It would be strange if Han Yunshi didn't take the opportunity to ridicule him. Who would have thought that Han Yunshi wouldn't waste words and said coldly, "They won't. This poison is their communication signal and is equivalent to human language. It won't hurt anyone. General Bailey, don't worry." Bailey Yuanlong was a bit embarrassed. He nodded and didn't say anything else. Based on the poison, this Snake Queen must be over 100 years old. "It won't be easy to deal with," Han Yunshi said seriously. "Princess, the giant python you and His Highness killed was said to be over 1,000 years old. How could a mere 100-years-old Snake Queen not be easy to deal with?" Bailey Mingxiang couldn't help but ask. "It's easy to deal with, but the group of snakes guarding it isn't." Han Yunshi sighed. "You mean, there are still poisonous snakes in the snake cave?" Long Fei Yi was shocked. "Yes." Han Yunshi nodded. "A snake cave with 100-years-old Snake Queen must have more than 1,000 poisonous snake. I'm afraid it's as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. Once the poison spreads and the Snake Queen senses it, they'll probably swarm out in full force. This is the white-lipped kite, which is very difficult to deal with." Only then did everyone understand what was going on. "Princess, then can we control the poison and prevent it from spreading?" Su Donglin asked anxiously. "It'll be fine if we just kill these poisonous snakes. But if we do that, we won't be able to find out where the snake cave is, nor will we be able to find out why these snakes are attacking the camp. There will be no end to the trouble," Han Yunshi said seriously. "Bailey Yuanlong, go arrange for people to assist at any time, Long Fei Yi immediately ordered. However, Han Yunshi stopped him. No need, I can go alone. She turned to look at Long Fei Yi. You don't have to go either. Chapter 872. He didn't have to go either? This was the first time in Long Fei Yi's life that someone had said something like that to him. No matter what it was, everyone was always asking him to go, hoping that he would go, begging him to go. This woman, on the other hand, actually told him that he didn't have to go. Long Fei Yi raised an eyebrow and asked in return, Are you sure? How was he asking her a question? His tone was a blatant threat, a warning. If Han Yunshi answered yes, he definitely wouldn't be polite. Unexpectedly, Han Yunshi didn't get it. Her face was still serious and solemn. I'm sure. That snake cave is too dangerous. I can go alone, but it'll be very dangerous for all of you. For a moment, the whole place quieted down. Everyone looked at Long Fei Yi. Even Bailey Yuanlong felt uneasy. He had to admit that he still admired Han Yunshi very much. She's too daring. She's probably the only person in the world who dares to speak to His Highness like that. What she meant was that His Highness would be a hindrance and drag her down if he followed her. Long Fei Yi's tongue lightly touched the corner of his mouth. His cold eyes narrowed slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at Han Yunshi. Once Han Yunshi got into her work mode, she was absolutely serious and devoted. She was also absolutely realistic and realistic. Long Fei didn't understand poisons, so he really would be a hindrance. Moreover, she alone was enough to deal with the entire poison den. The poison storage space was infinitely large. She only needed to follow the poisonous gas to find the location of the poison cave, and she could take down the entire snake cave with a little effort. She was already working hard to advance to the third stage of the poison storage space, so she wouldn't be dizzy and faint like before. However, as the place grew quieter and quieter, the dangerous aura in Long Fei Yi's eyes grew stronger. Han Yunshi finally sensed that something was wrong with the atmosphere. She sensed the cold scrutiny in Long Fei Yi's eyes. She clearly didn't do anything wrong, but she inexplicably felt guilty. Why don't, Long Fei Yi watched, waited, and listened with great interest. Actually, I can. I have a way to deal with the poison cave, and it's very safe. If you follow me, actually, Han Yunshi wanted to explain tactfully, but under Long Fei Yi's threatening and playful gaze, she couldn't speak properly. Long Fei Yi took a step forward and was very close to her. He looked down at her from above. He was obviously urging her, but his tone was very patient. Actually what? Actually, you won't be of any help even if you go. Instead, you'll affect me. Who told you to not know poison? It's obviously your own problem. Why are you looking at me like that? Han Yunshi didn't dare to say it out loud. Long Fei Yi approached her again. Han Yunshi immediately stepped back, because if she didn't step back, Long Fei Yi would touch her body. With his attitude, if she didn't give him a clear explanation today, he wouldn't let her go in front of everyone. Your Highness, this matter needs to be considered at length, Han Yunshi said in a serious tone. What she meant was that the two of them should go to the side and discuss it in private. In private, she just had to act coquettishly and he might agree. The poison gas is already spreading, so we can't delay. Are you sure you want to go alone? Long Fei Yi rejected her implication as he walked forward. Han Yunshi continued to step back. She only felt that this fellow's tall figure was pressing down on her to the point that she almost couldn't breathe. It wasn't that she disliked him for being a burden, but there really wasn't a need for him to go. 1,000 poisonous snakes were rare, but 100-years-old Snake Queen had at least 10,000 poisonous snakes by her side. Even if he took the antidote in advance, it wouldn't be able to prevent this from happening. Wasn't she just worried about his safety? Han Yunshi frowned as she looked at Long Fei Yi. She was full of words, but she didn't know what to say. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunshi and didn't ask any more questions as he continued to approach her. He walked forward step by step while she walked back step by step. The two of them walked forward and retreated like this, forgetting about the people around them. However, the people around them were all watching without blinking. Su Donglin and the shadow guards kept exchanging glances. They wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to. They often made bets in private about who would be able to control the other between His Highness and the princess, and who would be more afraid of who. Brother Su, when do you think the princess will be able to control His Highness until he's obedient? A shadow guard whispered. Traitor! Su Donglin spat. Brother Su, if the princess can control His Highness until he's obedient, then we'll also benefit, right? The shadow guard smiled. Compared to His Highness, the princess took care of her subordinates too much. When Bailey Mingxiang heard Su Donglin and the others' discussion, he couldn't help but bite his lip. No one knew what he was thinking. Bailey Yuanlong blew his beard and glared. The more he looked, the angrier he became. These two were really too much. Although there were no outsiders in the military camp, and although Han Yunshi was disguised as a guard, they still couldn't flirt in public like this. What kind of scandal was this? It was simply a disgrace to the military's prestige. Your Highness, the situation is urgent. Please make a decision as soon as possible. Bailey Yuanlong couldn't help but remind him loudly. Long Fei Ye's tall figure blocked Han Yunshi's line of sight. She took a big step back and glanced sideways at Bailey Yuanlong. Seeing that he was a bit far away, she whispered, Long Feiyi, stop messing around. Long Feiyi ignored Bailey Yuanlong and said coldly, Han Yunshi, this crown prince will ask you one last time. Are you sure this crown prince doesn't need to go? Han Yunshi sighed inwardly. Although she was afraid, she still went all out for this guy's safety. I'm sure. Before she could finish speaking, Long Feiyi took another step forward. She reflexively looked down and saw the tip of his foot pressing against hers. Han Yunshi took another step back, but her back suddenly hit the outer wall of the tent. There was nowhere to run. Long Feiyi took one last step forward and leaned against the outer wall with one hand. He lowered his head and finally lowered his incomparably sexy voice, so low that only Han Yunshi could hear it. He said, Han Yunshi, are you sure you want to try? Han Yunshi was about to cry. Only today did she realize how much of a bastard Long Feiyi was. You're threatening a woman. Shameless. She angrily cursed in a low voice. I'm only threatening you. He had an indifferent look on his face. Is it not a threat if you're only threatening me? It's also shameless. Han Yunshi retorted. I'm only shameless to you. Long Feiyi said again. Are you not shameless just because you're shameless to me? You scoundrel. Han Yunshi cursed again. Long Feiyi calmly said, I'm only shameless to you. Han Yunshi was about to speak, but she suddenly stopped. She realized that if they continued arguing like this, it would simply be an endless loop. Long Feiyi's hand on the wall fell onto her shoulder and gently patted it. Let's go. The poison gas has already spread. Hurry up. Han Yunshi was very depressed and unwilling. Why was it like this every time? She was always suppressed by him. She thought that this time the situation was urgent, so she wouldn't argue with him. Next time, she would definitely fight to the end. You can go, but you have to listen to me. This was Han Yunshi's final insistence. Okay. Long Feiyi readily agreed. After the two of them had finished their private discussion, Long Feiyi turned to look at everyone and said coldly, Bailey Yuanlong, make arrangements for the aftermath. Su Donglin, bring your subordinates and follow me. Yes. Su Donglin was overjoyed and finally moved with His Highness and the princess. Bailey Yuanlong, however, knelt down and said seriously, Your Highness, this general requests to go with you and avenge our dead brothers. Long Feiyi pretended not to hear and turned to leave. Only the heavens knew how angry he was at Bailey Yuanlong's mistake. Bailey Yuanlong hurriedly chased after him and knelt in front of Long Feiyi to block his way. Your Highness, this general will die 10,000 times without hesitation. I don't ask for merit to make up for my mistakes. I only ask to avenge my brothers and comfort their souls. I beg your Highness to grant my wish." Han Yunshi didn't say anything. She subconsciously looked down and felt that with Long Fei Ye's temper, he would probably send him flying with a kick. He was the most terrifying when he was silent. However, just as Long Fei Yi was about to flip out, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly rushed over and knelt beside her father. "Your Highness, my father is the head of the army. Whether he made a mistake or not, he should personally go to the Snake Cave and resolve the crisis for the soldiers. This is his responsibility, as well as my mermaid clan's responsibility to the East Qin army. He no longer has this right." Long Fei Yi finally spoke. "Your Highness." Bailey Yuanlong was greatly shocked and repeatedly kowtowed. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't refute and kept kowtowing with her father. Han Yunshi's eyes flashed with impatience as she coldly said, "Long Fei Yi, this trip to the Snake Cave is very dangerous. We can't let him get away with it. I need someone to lead the charge. If he's not afraid, then let him come." Bailey Yuanlong immediately raised his head. "This general is not afraid. I beg your Highness to grant my wish." Bailey Mingxiang was greatly shocked. Her father didn't understand poison at all and his martial arts were only average. If he led the charge, he would undoubtedly die. She quickly sent a pleading look to Han Yunshi, but unfortunately, Han Yunshi didn't even look at her. "Are you sure?" Long Fei Yi asked Han Yunshi. "I'm sure. I'm just afraid he won't dare when the time comes," Han Yunshi replied. "Even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, I won't shy away from 10,000 deaths." Bailey Yuanlong's attitude was clear as he ignored Bailey Mingxiang, who kept tugging on his sleeve. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else as he pulled Han Yunshi away. Bailey Yuanlong was overjoyed and quickly chased after them. Bailey Mingxiang followed beside him, anxiously advising, "Father, His Highness is still angry. It'll be fine once he cools down. The East Qin army is still counting on you to lead it. Father made a big mistake this time. What's the use of His Highness calming down?" Bailey Yuanlong blamed himself. In fact, when His Highness asked him if he regretted it, his answer was no. Even if he blamed himself, he still didn't regret it. It was for no other reason than that he couldn't take such a big risk. He had weighed the risk. The risk of the entire army being wiped out was the risk of testing the medicine first, while the risk of stalling for time was the sacrifice of several hundred soldiers. Han Yunshi was the princess of Western Qin in the end. He couldn't be completely unguarded like His Highness. "Father, why are you sulking with the princess? When we reach the Snake Cave, you should give in a little. The princess is magnanimous and definitely won't make things difficult for you," Bailey Mingxiang advised. The princess' poison skills were exquisite and she dared to go to the Snake Cave alone. How could she really need someone to lead the charge? The princess must have been angry at father's distrust, so she deliberately said that. Bailey Yuanlong angrily glared at Bailey Mingxiang. "You want this general to give in to the princess of Western Qin? Humph, no way." Chapter 873. Faced with Bailey Yuanlong's stubbornness, even someone as good-tempered as Bailey Mingxiang was about to get angry. "Father, if something happens to you, who will lead our East Qin army?" Bailey Yuanlong's eyes flashed with bitterness. "His Highness has his own plans." Han Yunshi had made things difficult for him, but His Highness had acquiesced. Could he still continue to lead the East Qin army? Not long ago, he had threatened His Highness with retiring and returning home, but he never thought that he would end up like this. "Father!" Bailey Mingxiang's heart ached. She had never seen her father this helpless and sad. Bailey Yuanlong looked as if he was facing death. He thought that dying to avenge his brothers was better than being demoted after returning to camp and losing face. "It's all because of these poisonous snakes." Bailey Mingxiang was about to cry. Facing her father in danger, facing life and death. No matter how gentle her temperament was, she would still be anxious. She really hoped that the princess wasn't serious. Bailey Yuanlong suddenly looked over and muttered to himself, "Everything was fine, so why did this snake disaster come so suddenly?" "The princess just said that we can only find out when we reach the snake den," Bailey Mingxiang replied. Bailey Yuanlong was silent for a while, then said in a low voice, "If she wants to attract poisonous snakes, it's only a matter of thought?" "Shh, father." Bailey Mingxiang was shocked, afraid that the two in front of her would hear. If it weren't for her father's distrust, today's disaster wouldn't have happened. Bailey Yuanlong wasn't afraid. After pondering for a while, he said, "If even 1,000 poisonous snakes are rare, then how big is the snake den? If such a big den really came out in full force, no matter how high her poison skills are, how can she deal with it alone? If she doesn't let everyone follow, I'm afraid." "Father, don't make wild guesses," Bailey Mingxiang angrily interrupted. She had never forced herself to lose her temper in front of her father. This was the first time. "Mingxiang, don't forget that she's a Western Qin princess. If she knew she was a Western Qin princess, she might not have saved your life back then," Bailey Yuanlong reminded her. "Father, what about you? You're a girl, what do you know? She treats you well, so you—" "Father, I believe in His Highness," Bailey Mingxiang interrupted Bailey Yuanlong. "Father also believes in your highness, but one must always be on guard against others. I am shouldering the lives of tens of thousands of East Qin soldiers. Father cannot afford to gamble," Bailey Yuanlong said coldly. Bailey Mingxiang simply turned his head away, not wanting to say anything more. Bailey Yuanlong also ignored him and immersed himself in his own speculations. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi walked at the front, following the poisonous gas all the way to the forest west of the military camp. After walking for 5 miles, they still hadn't found a snake cave. "It's so far away. Even if the snake den is disturbed, they might not be able to find the barracks, right?" Han Yunxi whispered. The white-lipped Krite wouldn't attack people for no reason. It was either lured out by someone or disturbed. She originally thought that the snake cave was not too far away from the military camp, and suspected that the daily activities of the military camp had interfered with the snake cave. But now, it seemed that this snake disaster was more like a man-made one. The surrounding villagers didn't show any signs of being poisoned, but all the snakes outside 5 miles are heading towards the barrack. Strange. Long Feiyi was clearly suspicious. At this time, Han Yunxi's detox system sent out an alarm, causing her to abruptly stop. "What's wrong?" Long Feiyi asked. Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang also stopped. The shadow guard following them on both sides also stopped. "There's poison in front. Everyone stay where you are." Han Yunxi was about to walk forward when Long Feiyi pulled her back. She helplessly said, "It's not a snake cave. It's not far ahead. You can see me. It's fine. I'll go take care of it. I'll be right back." Only then did Long Feiyi let go. Just as Han Yunxi had been vexed before, he was also vexed at this moment. If only he knew the art of poison. Han Yunxi didn't go far. Her figure was always within Long Feiyi's line of sight. She was looking for something in the grass, but no one knew what she was looking for. Soon, she stood up and waved at Long Feiyi. "Stay half a mile away from me. Keep up." "Why?" Long Feiyi shouted. Han Yunxi smiled happily. She didn't know if Long Feiyi saw her smile clearly. She said, "You promised to listen to me. Just do as I say." Long Feiyi couldn't help but laugh. The smile on his face was extremely beautiful, and he didn't know if Han Yunxi saw it clearly. In the past, he would never have agreed. But now, with his martial arts skills, he could guarantee her safety as long as she was within his line of sight. He waved a hand at Han Yunxi, indicating for her to continue forward. He agreed. Han Yunxi walked forward, occasionally crouching on the ground to look for or pick up something. Long Feiyi was curious, But Bailey Yuanlong was even more suspicious. After another 5 li, Han Yunshi finally stopped. Long Fei Yi and the others caught up and saw a giant pit not far ahead. Although it wasn't as big as the poison sect's forbidden grounds, it wasn't small either. They were about 10 meters away from the pit. Han Yunshi was very certain. The snake den. We've arrived. Long Fei Yi didn't sense anything, but Han Yunshi could sense the thick poison aura from far away. The detox system checked the poison level of the entire snake den and compared it with the poison level of an ordinary white-lipped kite. It estimated that there were at least 20,000 poisonous snakes in this den. It was twice as frightening as Han Yunshi had predicted. Moreover, under the influence of the poisonous gas in the air, the entire bottom of the snake cave was boiling. Thousands of poisonous snakes were crazily climbing up along the cave walls. Even the Snake Queen, who was hiding at the bottom, was restless, constantly spewing out poisonous gas. Even a poison master at Han Yunshi's level was alarmed. She was incomparably glad that she'd cultivated to the second level of her poison storage space. Otherwise, even if Long Fei Yi called all of his shadow guard to help, they might not be able to do anything to this giant pit. She collected all the information she could, then turned to the others and said seriously, "This pit is 20 meters deep. There are 20,000 poisonous snakes and one snake queen." At this point, everyone's expression changed. What kind of concept was a snake queen among 10,000 poisonous snakes? Even if they weren't afraid of poison, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. Once the poisonous snakes escaped the den and ran to the military camp, it would be even more difficult to find them. Han Yunshi's antidote had a time limit. If it wasn't replenished in time, they wouldn't be able to guard against this batch of poisonous snake. Long Fei Yi frowned and walked to her side. However, Han Yunshi still pushed him aside and pushed him to the side of Bailey Yuanlong and his daughter. She continued, "They've already smelled the poison aura and are all crawling up. I think they'll be able to climb up soon. We're in a very dangerous situation, and we don't have much time. I'll say it one last time. Listen to me, or you'll have to bear the consequences." Han Yunshi stood alone at the edge of the snake den, her expression serious and cold. Her whole body exuded an inviolable authority. Even the dissatisfied and suspicious Bailey Yuanlong was intimidated and didn't say a word. A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Yi's eyes. He said seriously, "Okay, be careful." Han Yunshi nodded. She took out a few packets of antidote and handed them to the 20 poison guards beside her. She had hand-picked these 20 poison guards from the Shadow Guard and personally taught them the art of poison. They could still come in handy at a critical moment. There might be poisonous snakes escaping later. The 5 of you protect His Highness and the others. Retreat another 50 meters and be very careful. Understand? Han Yunshi instructed seriously. Although they had taken the antidote before coming here as a precaution, she wasn't sure how long it would take for her to store such a large poison den into her poison storage space. The largest thing she had ever stored was the poison pool. However, the pool was one entity, while there were 20,000 poisonous snakes in the den. The queen wasn't one entity. She was confident that she could subdue this den of poisonous snakes, but she had no experience and couldn't anticipate unexpected situations. Therefore, she had to make ample preparations to protect Long Fei Yi and the others. After Long Fei Yi and the others retreated, Han Yunshi had the remaining poison guards spread out and surround the den. She left only one poison guard by her side. Try not to let the poisonous snakes escape. Fight poison with poison, understand? Han Yunshi asked. Understood. Don't worry, mistress. Everyone answered in unison. After everything was arranged, Han Yunshi turned to look at Long Fei Yi, only to see Long Fei Yi staring at her with a frown. She smiled faintly, but he was still serious. She gave him a reassuring look, then decisively turned around and closed her eyes. It was extremely quiet all around. Those with good hearing could already hear the sound of rustling coming closer and closer from the den. Long Fei couldn't understand how Han Yunshi was going to deal with this den of poisonous snakes. Was she going to fight poison with poison and kill them with poison? Or was she going to store them in her poison storage space? How was she going to store them? Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang were also curious, waiting to see what Han Yunshi was going to do. Even Bailey Mingxiang didn't quite believe that she could deal with so many poisonous snakes alone, and Bailey Yuanlong became even more vigilant. After a short while, Han Yunshi whispered to the poison guard beside her, "I'm ready, go down." Yes. The poison guard accepted the order, then suddenly grabbed Han Yunshi and jumped down into the den with her. In an instant, her figure disappeared from Long Fei's sight. "Han Yunshi, what are you doing?" Long Fei roared, unable to restrain his anger. He chased after her without even thinking. Bailey Yuanlong seemed to realize something and also chased after her in shock. "Your Highness, be careful of a trap. Your Highness, this is a trap." A trap. The snake den was so far away, but it could affect the military camp. Han Yunshi didn't let His Highness come at first, but now she jumped down herself. Her actions were strange, and it was clear that she wanted to lure His Highness into the den. This was definitely a trap. Long Fei and Bailey Yuanlong's figures quickly disappeared into the den. Su Donglin panicked and didn't know what to do. The princess had ordered them not to move, but His Highness had already chased after them. What should they do? After a moment of hesitation, he let everyone chase after them. Bailey Mingxiang chased them to the edge of the cliff, so anxious that she forgot etiquette and shouted, "Your Highness! Father! Don't cause trouble for the princess." No one answered Bailey Mingxiang. She steeled her heart and also jumped down. However, when she reached the bottom of the den, she didn't see a single snake. She saw His Highness supporting the princess and leaning against the wall. Her father and Su Donglin were all looking around, as confused as she was. Where were the snakes? Chapter 874. Where were the snakes? Everyone looked at Han Yunshi, waiting for her answer. Han Yunshi was supported by Long Fei with one hand and covered her mouth with the other. Her face was deathly pale, as if she would vomit if she opened her mouth. She couldn't speak at all. Long Fei was the fastest. When he chased after them, Han Yunshi and the poison guards hadn't reached the bottom of the cave yet. He saw that the walls were densely packed with venomous snakes. They were so densely packed that he couldn't tell which snake's head and which snake's body belonged to which snake. They were all intertwined with each other. Their flat heads were densely packed together, and they were all sticking out their red tongues. It had to be said that Long Fei almost vomited when he saw this scene. As soon as he saw them, they all leaped from the cliff towards Han Yunshi, wanting to attack Han Yunshi. At the same time, the poisonous snakes at the bottom of the cave continuously spewed poisonous gas upward. Almost all of the poisonous snakes in the cave pounced on Han Yunshi. However, this scene only lasted for an instant. Before he could snatch the person from the poison guard's hands, all the poisonous snakes had disappeared without a trace. When he landed at the bottom of the cave with Han Yunshi, not a single snake was seen. He couldn't even scold Han Yunshi because she kept retching as soon as she landed. She was only feeling better now. Seeing that she was uncomfortable, his temper flared up. However, no matter how angry he was, he suppressed it and asked in a low voice, "You put them in your poison storage space? What happened to you?" Han Yunshi wanted to answer, but couldn't help but retch as soon as she opened her mouth. She hurriedly waved her hand, indicating for them to leave. Seeing that no one moved, she panicked. "All of you leave, quick! I can't hold on any longer. Quick!" As soon as she finished speaking, she really threw up. It was a complete mess, but she didn't forget to wave her hand as she vomited, indicating for everyone to leave. "All of you, go up and wait," Long Fei said coldly. He supported Han Yunshi and patted her back. He understood that too many people would only get in the way. Su Donglin and the poison guards didn't dare disobey, and immediately retreated. Bailey Yuanlong and his daughter, however, didn't leave. Your Highness, what's going on? Bailey Yuanlong asked anxiously. Han Yunshi held back her disgust. She looked anxious and couldn't say anything. She just waved her hand vigorously and asked them to leave. She pushed Long Feiyi away and asked him to leave too. Your Highness, let's go. Bailey Yuanlong was very decisive. This matter was too strange, and the smell of a conspiracy was too strong. Han Yunshi had even said that he would be the vanguard. Who knew things would develop like this? No matter what the situation was, leaving this damned place was the way to go. You two leave immediately. Long Feiyi was furious. Bailey Mingxiang hurriedly pulled his father back, but Bailey Yuanlong waved his hand away. Your Highness, Princess, let's leave together. This isn't a place to stay for long. Han Yunshi's eyes blazed with anger. She suddenly pushed Long Feiyi towards Bailey Yuanlong. Long Feiyi, go. I don't have time to explain things to you. Long Feiyi couldn't do it. It was at this time that Han Yunshi finally couldn't take it anymore. Her elegant brows furrowed, and there was a sudden boom behind her that shook heaven and earth, kicking up a large cloud of dust. Han Yunshi suddenly fell to her knees, unable to care about anything else as she threw up. It was too disgusting. As soon as the 20,000 poisonous snakes and the giant python-like snake queen entered the poison storage space, they filled the entire space and moved around in a dense mass. Even if it was only beneficial to the poison storage space, she really couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't ignore it. Her mind was filled with snakes, densely intertwined snake bodies that stood up to form clumps of snake heads. She really felt like her body and mind were about to be filled with snake. Heavens! Han Yunshi would have gone crazy if she'd held it in a little longer. She was fully prepared, but she didn't expect this. She didn't expect to be disgusted by these poisonous snakes. This was definitely the biggest failure in her career, in the history of glory battle. Snake, Bailey Mingxiang suddenly screamed. At this time, the cloud of dust had already dispersed, revealing a huge fog behind Han Yunshi. It was a giant python-like white-lipped kite that was as tall as 3 people. Han Yunshi, who was lying on the ground, looked especially small. This was the snake queen of the snake den. Its eyes were demonic red and its tongue flicked out. The most disgusting thing was that its body was covered in poisonous snake. Han Yunshi really couldn't take it anymore. She could only release the snake queen and some of the poisonous snakes to make herself feel better. She also had the detoxification system quickly turn the poisonous snakes into medicine and poison. In any case, as long as a poisonous snake attacked her, it would be absorbed into her poison storage space. At most, she would feel a little disgusted. At most, she would repeat the process a few times. The detoxification system would always be able to turn these poisonous snakes into medicine. However, Long Feiyi and the others were in danger here. Not to mention the poisonous snakes she released. Just the snake den itself was filled with poisonous gas. Although they'd all taken the antidote had a time limit, and the medicine might not be enough to overcome the poison in the den. In short, it was too troublesome. When the Snake Queen was released, it was still in a daze. When it heard Bailey Mingxiang's scream, it went crazy and pounced on Bailey Mingxiang. Han Yunshi panicked. Long Feiyi, let her go, quickly. Before Long Feiyi could make a move, Bailey Mingxiang, who was closest to Bailey Mingxiang, pulled her away. The Snake Queen pounced on empty air and hit the ground. It immediately turned around and glared at them like a tiger watching its prey. The poisonous snakes hanging from its body fell to the ground, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Long Feiyi, you know about the poison storage space. Go. I'll be fine. There's a hole in this snake den. I have to keep it, otherwise they'll escape. Han Yunshi suppressed her temper and said seriously. Bailey Yuanlong, take your daughter away. This is an order. Long Feiyi said sternly. He wouldn't leave. Although he didn't know any poison techniques, his speed was enough to escape. He could even deal with Jun Yixie, so what could a Snake Queen do? He couldn't leave Han Yunshi here alone. No matter how capable she was, he couldn't be at ease. Moreover, Han Yunshi had been unconscious for several days after receiving the poison pond. How could he be at ease? Wasn't she feeling unwell right now? Moreover, this snake disaster was deliberately caused by someone. What if there were other ambushes in the den? Mingxiang, leave. If His Highness doesn't leave, I won't leave either. Bailey Yuanlong said coldly. If you don't leave, Mingxiang won't leave either. Bailey Mingxiang also became stubborn. As soon as he finished speaking, the Snake Queen suddenly attacked again. Although it was big, it moved very quickly. It had to be said that it was very smart. It didn't attack Han Yunshi or Long Feiyi, but attacked the Bailey father and daughter instead. Bailey Yuanlong didn't have time to dodge. Fortunately, Long Feiyi pushed him away with a palm. He and Bailey Mingxiang were thrown to the side. If the Snake Queen didn't attack Han Yunshi wouldn't be able to deal with it. It was so big that it would be very difficult to kill it with poison. Only Long Feiyi could deal with it. When the Snake Queen saw the father and daughter fall, it immediately turned its head to face Long Feiyi and swept its tail toward the father and daughter. Han Yunshi was almost driven mad by this pair of father and daughter. The Snake Queen was smarter than them. How could Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang deal with a Snake Queen with their martial arts? Han Yunshi resisted the nausea and suddenly rushed toward the father and daughter. No one expected her to do this. Even the Snake Queen was very surprised. Its huge tail was about to attack Bailey Yuanlong, but it suddenly stopped. It was obvious that the Snake Queen was very afraid of Han Yunshi. The father and daughter were protected by Han Yunshi. The Snake Queen made a prompt decision to attack Long Feiyi. Its huge body rushed over in an instant, and it even spat out a cloud of poisonous gas. Long Feiyi, be careful. Han Yunshi was greatly alarmed. She threw several needles at the Snake Queen, but thin needles couldn't do anything to such a huge creature. Bailey Yuanlong and his daughter were also shocked. Bailey Yuanlong threw caution to the wind and ruthlessly stabbed his sword into the snake's tail. Han Yunshi couldn't stop him in time. This stab couldn't harm the Snake Queen's life at all. It would only agitate it. Sure enough, the Snake Queen seemed to have gone mad. Its tail swung wildly and swept around. Han Yunshi was so angry that she wanted to curse. The snake's tail attack wasn't a poison attack. Even the poison storage space couldn't protect her. Bailey Mingxiang and Bailey Yuanlong were martial artists and could still dodge, but she didn't know what to do. Just as the snake's huge tail was about to swing toward her, a black shadow passed through the Snake Queen's poisonous gas and flew over. Who else could it be but Long Feiyi? Almost at the same time he pulled Han Yunshi away, the snake's tail swung down and smashed a huge hole in the wall. Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi fell to the right of the snake's tail, while Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang fell to the left. Bailey Yuanlong hurriedly got up. Your Highness, are you all right? Long Feiyi was furious. Get out of here right now, or I'll kill you. Long Feiyi had been poisoned, and it was very deep. His ice-cold eyes flickered with a frightening chill, causing the Bailey father and daughter to tremble. However, when the father and daughter saw his black lips, they couldn't leave. Just as they were speaking, the snake's tail suddenly rose up. It was so fast that everyone was stunned. Long Feiyi's reaction was the fastest. He immediately retreated while protecting Han Yunshi. Long Feiyi, there's no other way. Let's go up first. Han Yunshi could only use the last resort. There was no other way to let the Snake Queen escape. However, as soon as she said this, her face turned pale. The detoxification system was reminding her that she had to immediately detoxify Long Feiyi. Otherwise, he would end up like those soldiers who couldn't be saved in time. Even if Long Feiyi took the antidote, he wouldn't be able to resist the Snake Queen's poison. The Snake Queen's poison was several times stronger than half of the snake. Detoxify. Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi panicked, her hands trembling. She wouldn't panic in the face of anything, but facing Long Feiyi alone, She couldn't imagine what the world would be like without this man. She panicked and took out 3 portions of antidote for Long Fei to take. Long Fei, you have to detoxify the poison immediately, or else you'll die. On the side, Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang were also stunned when they heard this. Right at this moment, the Snake Queen's position suddenly swung fiercely at Han Yunxi and the others. Long Fei hugged Han Yunxi and wanted to dodge, but Han Yunxi unexpectedly pushed him away fiercely. In an instant, the snake's tail swung fiercely at Han Yunxi's legs. Han Yunxi instantly fell to the ground, paralyzed. With this kind of strength, it would be strange if the bones in her legs didn't break. Everyone was shocked. Long Fei didn't recover for a moment. He never thought that Han Yunxi would push him away. Was she stupid? Although he was poisoned, he still had his martial arts. Her legs were in so much pain that she couldn't speak. She never thought she'd be able to endure such pain. She shouted, "Long Fei, you can't circulate your qi or get angry. Otherwise, the poison will spread faster and no one will be able to save you. I beg you." Chapter 875. So this was the reason Han Yunxi had pushed Long Fei away. In such an urgent situation, she had no choice at all. If she hadn't pushed him away just now, he would have been done for. Long Fei looked at the woman he doted on, paralyzed in front of him, but he was powerless to do anything about it. His deep eyes burned with anger, as if they would never be extinguished. The sword in his hand seemed to sense his anger, clanging loudly. "Long Fei, I beg you. I beg you." Han Yunxi was on the verge of tears. She was afraid that if he acted impulsively, everything would be irreparable. Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang were dumbstruck. They never expected this outcome. What reason did Bailey Yuanlong have to suspect Han Yunxi? Han Yunxi's leg was broken. Broken. The Snake Queen didn't pity anyone. Seeing that Han Yunxi was injured and Long Fei wasn't moving, the cunning Snake Queen seemed to sense something. She turned around and attacked Han Yunxi with her tail. At this moment, Bailey Yuanlong flew over and pulled Han Yunxi away. He flew towards Long Fei and yelled, "Mingxiang, go get reinforcements." Bailey Mingxiang came to her senses and immediately flew up, shouting, "Su Donglin! Su Donglin!" However, a venomous snake leaped out of the cliff and pounced on her. She screamed in fright and fell down. Only then did she realize that the venomous snakes that had been hanging on the Snake Queen's body had all climbed up the cliff. Bailey Mingxiang was afraid of snakes. She was very, very afraid. However, she resolutely flew up again. By this time, the Snake Queen had already launched another attack. Bailey Yuanlong's abilities were limited, and he couldn't escape far with Han Yunxi and Long Fei. He couldn't keep up after dodging 2 of the Snake Queen's attacks. "Bailey Yuanlong, take us to the right. No matter what, buy me the time needed to brew a cup of tea. Only then can I cure His Highness of the poison." Han Yunxi could only rely on Bailey Yuanlong even though she was filled with rage. "I will definitely do it. This general will issue a military order." Bailey Yuanlong answered firmly. He gritted his teeth and led Long Fei and Han Yunxi to avoid the attack of the snake's tail. He sent the 2 of them to the right corner of the poison cave. "Bailey Yuanlong, don't go too far. The Snake Queen doesn't dare to attack me with her poison, only her tail. If you stand behind me, you won't be poisoned." Han Yunxi said. "All right." Bailey Yuanlong immediately agreed. He remembered how he had been so obedient to Han Yunxi back in the Commander-in-Chief's manor. He couldn't think about the past. Whenever he did, he would cry. Han Yunxi didn't care how much time Bailey Yuanlong could buy for her. She only had one thought in mind, which was to cure Long Fei of the poison and save Long Fei's life. Everyone could only live if he lived. If something happened to him, who would live? After giving Bailey Yuanlong instructions, Han Yunxi turned around and met Long Fei's cold eyes. They were filled with hostility, as if they wanted to destroy the world. She was shocked and hurriedly grabbed his hand. Yi, listen to me, okay? Calm down. I'm fine. Really? It's just a broken leg. It can be cured. She didn't even know if he would suddenly draw his sword and charge out. If that happened, his blood would rush to his head and all her efforts would be in vain. Sure enough, Long Feiyi retracted his sword. Han Yunshi hurriedly pressed it down. Long Feiyi, my life is in your hands. If your poison isn't cured, we'll all die. It's just a pair of legs. Are they worth both of our lives? Long Feiyi, I'm begging you. Han Yunshi didn't have time. To be precise, Long Feiyi didn't have time. Han Yunshi tugged at his belt with one hand to help him unbutton his shirt, while her other hand tightly pressed down on his hand for fear that he would use force. Once his clothes were undone, she had to use both hands to perform acupuncture. However, he still stared at her kneeling legs, his murderous aura growing stronger and stronger. Han Yunshi took his hand and pressed it against her heart. Long Feiyi, I need you to give me strength. With that, she let go of his hand and began to search for acupuncture points on his abdomen, forcing herself to concentrate. Long Feiyi pressed one hand on his sword and the other on Han Yunshi's heart. One hand was ruthless, the other soft. One hand was cold and the other was warm. His self-control had always been strong, but he had never been as impulsive as he was now. He wanted nothing more than to throw away his life to destroy the world. He wanted to let go of Han Yunshi several times, but in the end, he couldn't bear to let her heartbeat go. He was on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, he felt a chill in his abdomen. He looked down and saw that Han Yunshi was crying. Her tears were dripping onto his abdomen. Only then did he realize that her face, which had always been strong and calm, was now covered in tears. Han Yunshi endured the pain in her legs as she performed acupuncture. She was worried about Long Feiyi's impulsiveness and worried about whether Bailey Yuanlong could stop the Snake Queen. She couldn't concentrate at all. Originally, she could have finished it in a short while, but now she felt like she couldn't finish it. She was about to break down. Long Feiyi finally recovered from his ruthlessness. How could he lose control at this time? How could he break down? Han Yunshi needed him. No matter how powerful they were or how high their status was, there was one thing he would always surpass her in: the strength of his heart. No matter what, his heart had to be stronger than hers. Only then would he be able to protect her. He finally let go of his sword and rested his hands on her shoulders. Yunshi, be good, it'll be fine. Trust me, it'll definitely be fine. Han Yunshi dearly wanted him to give her strength. Hearing his gentle voice calmed her heart. As long as he was calm, she could be calm as well. She wiped away her tears and gathered her thoughts. Needle by needle, her movements were nimble and beautiful. By now, Bailey Yuanlong had already been swung around multiple times by the Snake Queen's tail. Although the blows landed on his chest and back, he used internal energy to protect his body and bones. His sword had already been flung to one side and his body was riddled with internal injuries. He could only rely on his broken body to resist the Snake Queen's tail. He mustered up all his strength and used all his internal energy to get into a horse stance behind Han Yunshi. If the Snake Queen wanted to hurt Han Yunshi and the rest, it would have to hit him first. There was a loud crash. The Snake Queen's tail came crashing down, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Although he was on the verge of collapse, he grit his teeth and steadied himself. Soon enough, there was another crash as the Snake Queen's tail came crashing down again. Bailey Yuanlong's body swayed and almost fell backwards. Bailey Yuanlong only felt the world spin before his vision turned pitch black. He simply closed his eyes and forgot everything before him, including the injuries on his body. In his mind floated the image of Han Yunshi sparring with the head of one of the south-central regions and fighting for power for the Bailey army. Back then, that girl had nothing to do with Western Qin. She was purely Qin Wangfei, the mistress he was proud of. Bam, bam, bam! The Snake Queen thrashed about madly, each blow harder and faster than the last. Bailey Yuanlong's blood had already spilled onto the Snake Queen's tail. He was already prepared to die here, so dying like this would be a peace of mind. Just how long was the time it took to brew a cup of tea? Bailey Yuanlong didn't know how much time had passed. He only felt that his internal energy was about to run out and his legs were about to give out. His entire body leaned back uncontrollably. "Esteemed Wang Fei, how long has it been?" he muttered to himself. He didn't even realize that he'd called her esteemed Wang Fei. If His Highness was only Tianing's Duke of Qin and Han Yunshi was only their esteemed Wang Fei, wouldn't everything be much simpler? He was a soldier who led troops into battle and killed enemies. If His Highness wasn't the one who gave him pointers, then it was the strategists who came up with strategies. More than anyone else, he wanted everything to be simple. All of his daughter's marriages had been forced out of their own hands. His most beloved eldest daughter had concealed her identity and married off to the distant Northernly. Even now, no one else in the Bailey army knew that there was actually an eldest young miss in the family. His youngest daughter, Ming Xiang, had stayed by his side for the longest time, but she'd suffered the most. All of this was for the sake of revenge and the revival of East Qin. What was wrong with him being on guard against Western Qin's princess? He'd already tacitly approved of His Highness's willfulness, so shouldn't he be on guard against her as well? But now he didn't even know if he was right or wrong. Just as Bailey Yuanlong was about to fall to the ground, Su Donglin caught him. He could faintly hear Su Donglin say, "Someone come, send General Bailey up first." After that, he fell unconscious. Bailey Mingxiang had already reached the surface while Su Donglin led 20 poison guards to rescue him. He'd long wanted to come down, but His Highness's orders prevented him from interfering with His Highness and the princess, so he could only endure. Bailey Mingxiang hadn't even reached the top of the cave when he heard her shouts. He knew the situation wasn't good and immediately rushed down to rescue General Bailey. The princess was still helping His Highness detoxify the poison while he stood guard on one side. The 20 poison guards worked together to stop the Snake Queen and buy time for the princess. At this moment, the shadow guard above the snake cave was transmitting true qi to the bloodied Bailey Yuanlong to heal his wounds. Even so, fresh blood continued to flow from Bailey Yuanlong's mouth. The shadow guards were starting to panic. Bailey Mingxiang fell to sit on the side, tears streaming down her face like a broken dam. "Father, Father, you have to hold on. Father, you said you'd personally lead troops to flatten Tianing and kill your way to Northernly. You said you'd personally see His Highness ascend the throne." Sob, sob. "Father, you promised the clansmen that once His Highness revived East Qin, you'd personally go into the water to salvage the skeletons of the merfolk soldiers. You promised that you would help them find their families and erect a monument for them. Father, you can't die, you can't die." After an indeterminate amount of time, Long Fei Ye's poison was successfully detoxified. The 20 merfolk soldiers and Su Donglin protected Han Yunshi, while Long Fei Yi killed the Snake Queen with his sword. With nothing to worry about, he easily avoided the Snake Queen's poison gas under Han Yunshi's guidance. Within 3 moves, he'd split the Snake Queen into 3 parts with 3 slashes before killing off the rest of the snakes on the walls one by one. He stood in front of Han Yunshi, hoping with all his might that Han Yunshi would stand up like before and wrap her arms around his neck. But Han Yunshi only sat paralyzed on the ground. He didn't dare examine her leg, afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Was it really only broken? Han Yunshi smiled at him, her face pale. "It's fine." He didn't say anything, only stared deeply at her without saying a word for a long time. When facing each other, whose heart was stronger? Chapter 876. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi both had strong abilities and strong mental fortitude, but when they faced each other, they would easily break down. It was just like those 4 words, caring makes one confused. Han Yunshi had completely calmed down. She looked at Long Fei Ye's silent appearance. She knew that if something really happened to her leg, he would go on a killing spree. Although she was afraid that he would lose control, she still wanted to see him on the verge of breaking down for her. Of course, this was because they were in a very safe situation. For a long time, Long Fei Yi didn't move at all. Only his handsome eyebrows were knitted tighter and tighter. This guy, why did he look so good even when he was knitting his eyebrows? No matter how bad Han Yunxi was, she would still feel heartache. Even though her legs were still in pain, she still smiled. It's just broken. Really, it's not a big deal. She had just gotten out of danger, so she had the mind to care about her own injuries. She didn't need to check to know that it was just a broken bone. It was a small matter that could be recovered. She would be fine after finding a normal doctor to fix it. Long Fei Yi didn't believe her. He stared at her in a daze. The pain and self-blame in his eyes were so strong that it couldn't be dispersed. The snake tail had such a strong impact. Although Han Yunxi had a little bit of internal energy, she didn't know how to use it. How could it be as simple as a fracture? At this moment, his grave and handsome face was serious, self-blaming, distressed, pampering, and a little panicked. Seeing this, Han Yunxi almost laughed out loud. The life and death situation just now didn't seem to be much. It was fine as long as he was fine. She pulled his hand and shook it. It's true. I'm a dog if I lie to you. I'm in so much pain. Hurry and find a doctor. Long Fei Yi recovered his senses. Really? Aya, you're so annoying. Han Yunxi was helpless. The shadow guard at the side was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. There was actually a woman in this world who dared to find His Highness annoying? Too scary. What was even scarier was that His Highness actually laughed. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Since Long Fei Yi couldn't do anything to this woman, he felt very lucky. If something were to happen to her, he didn't know what he would do. He was about to squat down when Han Yunxi stopped him. She reached out to him and said, I don't need you to lower yourself. Pull me up. He was the most honorable. No matter what, she would not let him lower himself because she was also honorable. She wanted to stand side by side with him. All right. He agreed immediately. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them looked so sweet. This conversation made the surrounding shadow guards reminisce endlessly. Su Donglin secretly wrote 2 more lines in the book, but at this time, he still had to interrupt the two of them. Your Highness, the princess's legs are fractured. It's best not to pull her. Su Donglin sighed inwardly. For better or worse, the princess was a 7th-rank medical sage and held a place in the Medical Academy's Council of Elders. How could she forget even this little bit of first-aid common sense? However, thinking about the dangerous situation just now, Su Donglin was still trembling in fear. It was already very good that the princess could still smile. It was normal for her to forget everything. With Su Donglin's advice, Long Fei Yi immediately stopped. Han Yunxi laughed at herself for being so careless and scared out of her wits. After a fracture, it was necessary to quickly fix the wound with a deck. Otherwise, the fracture would move randomly and affect the nerves and blood vessels, causing paralysis. Only now did she realize that not only did her legs hurt, but they also felt a bit numb. She had been dragged away by Bailey Yuanlong to escape from the Snake Queen and knelt for so long to help Long Fei Yi perform acupuncture. Presumably, the fracture had already shifted into a messy position. Moreover, there must be internal bleeding and blood clot. She was still in a kneeling position. It had to be said that when she focused on the wound, she felt an unbearable pain. Su Donglin, go find a doctor immediately, Long Fei Yi ordered. For people who practiced martial arts like them, sometimes if it wasn't very serious they could just find someone to fix it and fix it. It would be fine. However, in front of Han Yunxi, Long Fei Yi didn't dare to be careless. He also knew how to fix bones, but at this moment, he was anxious to see Han Yunxi. He didn't even dare to help her. Han Yunshi gave herself 2 needles to relieve the pain. Long Fei Yi, help me up. Let me sit up. Kneeling like this wasn't a solution. It would compress the nerves and cause blood clots and severe paralysis. It'll hurt. I'll let you bite me. Long Fei Yi supported her with one hand and reached out with the other. Han Yunshi originally thought that it wouldn't hurt much after giving herself 2 needles, but it turned out that she had overestimated her ability to resist pain. She had only moved a little when the pain made her gasp. Long Fei Yi was anxious, but he had no choice but to let her sit up. Bear with it. I'll let you bite me. He really reached out his hand, and she really bit down. The surrounding shadow guards looked at each other in dismay. They were shocked and really curious. What did it feel like to bite His Highness? Han Yunshi couldn't sit up, so she lay on the ground. Long Fei Yi's hand was left with a deep bite mark. He only glanced at the bite mark and ordered all the shadow guards to faint. He lifted Han Yunshi's long skirt and checked her calf. Han Yunshi stared at the bite mark on his arm and couldn't stop looking. Long Fei Yi checked and found that the injury wasn't as serious as he thought. His eyes flashed with surprise. He immediately took Han Yunshi's pulse and found that she had suffered some internal injuries. Did you use your internal strength just now? He asked in confusion. No, I don't know how to. Han Yunshi knew that she had internal strength, but she didn't know how to use it. Long Fei Yi had 2 layers of internal strength. One was the Lustbite power, and the other was the Nirvana power. He imparted the Nirvana power to Han Yunshi. He didn't expect that the 2 layers of Nirvana power in her body would automatically protect her body. This was a state of stress. Generally, one had to cultivate more than 50% of their internal strength to have this kind of power. He didn't expect that Han Yunshi could do it with only 20%. Her talent was really amazing. It seems that you are very suitable for the Nirvana power. If it wasn't for the Nirvana power protecting you today, you would have. Long Fei Yi didn't continue speaking and replaced it with a long sigh. Su Donglin quickly found a doctor. He didn't find a military doctor, but a doctor from the nearby village. After all, the princess's identity had to be kept a secret. Their group of people disguised themselves so that most people wouldn't recognize them. When the doctor arrived at the snake cave and saw the Snake Queen's corpse, he was frightened. When he bumped into Long Fei Yi's cold eyes, he almost fell down. Doctor, don't worry. It's very safe here. Su Donglin comforted him in a low voice. Only then did the doctor calm down. He carefully checked Han Yunshi's injuries before starting the treatment. All the shadow guards had their backs turned. Only Long Fei Yi sat cross-legged on the side and stared at him. This made the doctor feel even more pressured. Although reconnecting bones wasn't like taking a pulse and couldn't be done through a curtain, the doctor felt as if he had committed a heinous crime. He didn't dare to look at His Highness. Reconnecting bones was something that should be done by chatting with the patient and diverting their attention. However, under Long Fei Yi's scrutiny, the doctor didn't dare to open his mouth. After he had prepared everything, he simply threw caution to the wind and fiercely pulled and pushed. Han Yunshi was in so much pain that she didn't feel good. The doctor didn't stop and immediately reconnected her other leg. It was better to have a short period of pain than a long period of pain. Han Yunshi really couldn't take it anymore. She abruptly grabbed Long Fei's hand and bit down viciously. Long Fei Yi didn't even frown. He allowed her to bite and gently played with her bangs. He was very gentle. The doctor thought that he was done for. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't flip out, he felt very lucky. He quickly applied medicine and fixed the wound. After bandaging it, everything was done. The doctor prescribed some medicinal herbs and gave a few instructions. Then, he hurriedly ran to Su Donglin's side. He was still afraid. He was afraid that Long Fei Yi would dig out his eyes if he was unhappy. However, Long Fei Yi ignored him. His attention was all on Han Yunshi's leg. Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Han Yunshi pointed at his hand with an apologetic look. You? Does it hurt? I'm sorry. Long Feiyi then realized that the area between his thumb and index finger on his left hand was badly mangled. The bite mark was especially deep. Quickly treat it. Otherwise, it will leave a scar. Han Yunshi said anxiously. She didn't do it on purpose, but she really couldn't take it just now. The area between the thumb and index finger couldn't be covered at all. If it really left a scar, it would be easily seen by others. Long Feiyi raised his hand and seriously looked over it. After seeing it for so long, he finally laughed. I won't treat it. Just leave a scar. It looks pretty good. Long Feiyi. Han Yunshi was anxious. Treat it as your Chinese Valentine's Day gift to this prince. Long Feiyi was in a very good mood. Han Yunshi could only look at the sky speechlessly. She was thinking that when he fell asleep tonight, she would secretly help him treat his wound. Bite marks were different from other scars. You could tell with a single glance that it was bitten. Looking at the thickness of the bite mark, you could tell that it was bitten by a woman. Long Feiyi was clearly leaving evidence of her crime. When the doctor was about to be sent away, Long Feiyi suddenly said, "Must it be 100 days? It would take 100 days to recover from a serious injury." Yes. It'll take 100 days to fully recover. During the day, you mustn't. The doctor stammered and stammered, but Long Feiyi only coldly cut him off. Is there any medicine that can heal it faster? Han Yunshi smiled. Su Donglin, send the doctor away. Remember to pay the consultation fee. A village doctor like this wasn't some hidden expert, so how could he know so much? If Long Feiyi, the cold-faced Yama, asked a few more questions, he'd definitely scare the doctor to death. Let's go back first and ask Medical and Medicine City. She couldn't help but sigh. If only Gu Beiwei was here. I still can't get in touch with him. White-robed gentleman, white-robed gentleman. Are you doing well at Bai Yanqing's place? When are you going to tell Miss Yunshi everything in person? Why did Su Donglin have the servants send the doctor away? Once the wound was fixed, they could move. Long Feiyi picked up Han Yunshi in a princess carry and was about to leave when he turned back. Su Donglin, take this snake queen back. Chop it up and feed it to the dogs. Han Yunshi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The snake queen is a good thing. Su Donglin, leave the snake head and core to me. Of course Su Donglin knew that the snake queen was full of treasures, but since His Highness said to feed it to the dogs, what else could he do besides reluctantly part with it? Long Feiyi easily flew out of the snake den with Han Yunshi in his arms. By now, the sky had already brightened. The Bailey father and daughter were still outside, both in bad shape. Chapter 877. When Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi flew out of the snake cave, they saw that Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang were still outside. Bailey Yuanlong had already fainted and was covered in blood. The blood at the corner of his mouth was a mess and his face was as pale as a corpse. The shadow guard was still pouring true qi into him, not giving up. First, the shadow guard did not know how Bailey Yuanlong disobeyed His Highness' orders last night. Second, Bailey Mingxiang was the head of the Mermaid clan, the head of the East Qin army. In the East Qin camp, he was only below one person and above tens of thousands. Even if he committed a heinous crime, His Highness did not say anything and no one dared to do anything to him. Bailey Mingxiang was kneeling on the side crying all night. Her eyes were bloodshot and she felt like she was going blind from crying. When she saw Long Feiyi and Han Yunshi come out, she quickly stood up. After kneeling all night, her legs were already numb and she fell to the ground before she could even take 2 steps. She anxiously crawled over and reached out to grab Long Feiyi's leg, but she did not dare. She pulled back her hand and forcefully kowtowed. Your Highness, Mingxiang and my father know our wrongs. We beg your Highness to save my father. Your Highness, my father's internal injuries are very heavy, only you can save him. Your Highness, Mingxiang begs you, I beg you. Your Highness, my father will die. Woo woo, your highness! She cried and begged while forcefully kowtowing. The pring 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 sounds did not stop. It was like if she kowtowed a bit harder, his highness' heart would soften. Long Feiye's face was as cold as ice and his eyes were filled with a monstrous rage. He did not even look at Bailey Mingxiang and coldly looked at Bailey Yuanlong. Han Yunshi was originally in a good mood, but once she saw Bailey Mingxiang, the rage she suppressed last night immediately surged up. Last night, if the father and daughter had listened to Long Feiye's orders and left, everyone would have been fine today, and no one would have been hurt. She wasn't sure about the specific situation of the snake cave, so she didn't dare to let Long Feiye take the risk. But reality proved that with Long Feiye's current martial arts, he wouldn't hinder her in any way. On the other hand, Bailey Yuanlong and his daughter were two idiots, especially Bailey Yuanlong. That old man was unwilling to leave precisely because he suspected that she was up to no good. How could she not see that? If he was suspicious, then so be it. But in such a dangerous situation, he was still so stubborn. Your Highness, I beg you, please save my father on account of all the hard work he's put in all these years, even if he hasn't made any contributions. Your Highness, I beg you. Your Highness, I beg you on behalf of the entire mermaid clan. My father can't die. Your Highness. Bailey Mingxiang saw that His Highness didn't say anything, so she quickly raised her head to look at Han Yunshi. Esteemed Wang Fei, once these four familiar words came out of her mouth, Bailey Mingxiang's tears completely burst out. Why couldn't she change it? Esteemed Wang Fei was so intimate that it made her feel at ease. Princess was so unfamiliar that it made her afraid. Why was it like this? Didn't she see that phoenix birthmark a long time ago? Didn't she know that esteemed Wang Fei was the princess better than her father and everyone else in the world? Princess, Mingxiang begs you. Mingxiang apologizes to Princess on behalf of my father. I beg Princess to save my father. If Princess wants Mingxiang to be an ox or a horse, I beg Princess to save my father. The coldness in Han Yunshi's eyes did not lose to Long Feiye's. She hated people that overestimated themselves the most. Bailey Mingxiang was the one that shouldn't have entered the poison den last night. She looked at Bailey Mingxiang from above without saying a word. She looked at her messy clothes and messy hair. She looked at her red eyes that were filled with tears. She looked at her forehead that was covered in blood and bruises. The more she looked at her pitiful appearance, the more anger she felt in her heart. Why did she suddenly make herself look so pitiful? Where did the dignified Bailey Mingxiang from before who knew when to advance and retreat go? Meeting the princess' cold eyes, Bailey Mingxiang's heart trembled and her tears began to flow. She knew that if the princess did not speak, no one would be able to persuade His Highness. She had already begged and said everything she could. She could only look up at her and plead. She no longer called her princess, but instead called her Princess Consort. It was as if this title could bring everything back to the past, where there was no conflict, no hatred. Princess Consort. Princess Consort. This servant is begging you, eh? But even so, Han Yunshi was still indifferent. At this moment, she did not want to say a single word. Long Feiye did not stay for long. He did not say a single word to the shadow guard as he carried Han Yunshi and turned to leave. Bailey Mingxiang was completely flustered. She did not care about anything else as she crawled over to grab his leg. As soon as she touched him, Long Feiye kicked her away. Scram! Bailey Mingxiang fell to the side and finally collapsed. She began to cry, "Father! Father!" Han Yunshi let out a long breath. She did not want to look anymore, but she did not know why, but she still unconsciously turned her head. At this time, she saw Bailey Mingxiang lying on the ground. The clothes on the inner side of her arms were all bitten, and there were rows of bite marks all over her body. These bite marks were in pairs and there were 2 deep wounds. They were all caused by the white-lipped krites. The bite marks on the inner side of her right arm were more scattered, but the inner side of her left arm near her wrist was densely packed. It was a shocking sight. How many poisonous snakes had Bailey Mingxiang been attacked when she flew up last night? Han Yunshi then remembered that there were at least 300 poisonous snakes that were released from the poison storage space with the Snake Queen. With so many wounds, how many snakes had wrapped around her arms? Which girl was not afraid of snakes? Han Yunshi was also afraid. She was so disgusted last night that she released the Snake Queen. Han Yunshi unconsciously looked down and found that there were many snake bite marks on Bailey Mingxiang's body and legs. She did not show any signs of being poisoned, so the poison guards must have given her a lot of antidotes last night. She had to admit that Han Yunshi could not imagine how such a weak girl had managed to break free from those poisonous snakes last night and fly up to ask for help. Bailey Mingxiang did not know that Han Yunshi was sizing her up. She did not dare to beg anymore. Other than crying, she did not know what else she could do. Long Feiyi left step by step. Bailey Mingxiang's figure became more and more blurred in Han Yunshi's eyes. When they reached the tent, Han Yunshi sat down and stuffed a bottle of medicine into Su Donglin's hands. She whispered, "Find a female doctor nearby to take a look at Bailey Mingxiang." There were so many snake bite marks on Bailey Mingxiang's body. Although she had taken the antidote, those wounds still needed to be treated. It would be troublesome if they became infected. "Princess, what exactly happened last night? Why didn't His Highness care about General Bailey?" Su Donglin asked in a low voice. Han Yunshi briefly explained the situation. Su Donglin's face turned pale. Then General Bailey, Han Yunshi did not say anything. She waved her hand to dismiss him. Long Feiyi was sitting at the side. He naturally heard Han Yunshi and Su Donglin's conversation. He did not say anything. He was carefully bandaging the bite marks on his left hand with gauze. He did not apply any medicine to prevent infection. Han Yunshi was about to speak, but he stopped her. He called Zhao Mama over to help Han Yunshi wash up and change her clothes. He also went to clean up. The smell of blood on his body was unbearable. After the two of them cleaned up, Zhao Mama came to deliver the food. During this time, Long Feiyi had already written 2 letters, one to Medical City and the other to Medicine City, both asking for medicine. Although it wasn't a serious injury, he couldn't wait for Han Yunshi to recover by tomorrow. He couldn't bear to see Han Yunshi hurt even a little bit. When Zhao Mama saw the princess's injuries, she had a bellyful of words to say. However, with His Highness present, she did not dare to speak and could only shut her mouth. As for how Bailey Mingxiang and Bailey Yuanlong would be dealt with, Long Feiyi had not mentioned a word. Han Yunshi hesitated, but did not ask. "Last night you said you had another clue to find by Yanqing. What is it?" Han Yunshi was more concerned about this matter. She couldn't get anything out of the dancer spies. Long Feiyi had said last night that he would take her away from the barracks. "Su Xiaoyu," Long Feiyi said indifferently. "There's news of little Yu. Han Yunshi was overjoyed. Little Yu had been missing for too long. On the second day after she returned to Long Feiyi's side, she had asked Su Donglin. Unfortunately, Su Donglin only shook his head. "There's always been news," Long Feiyi replied. "What do you mean?" Han Yunshi was shocked. What are you hiding from me?" Long Feiyi put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "There's bad news. You should prepare yourself." "Where's little Yu? What happened to her?" Han Yunshi was anxious. Long Feiyi looked at her helplessly. He liked everything about her except for this. She was too compassionate to the people around her and was too soft-hearted. These people would become her soft spots, even fatal ones. "Tell me." Han Yunshi stood up. Long Feiyi suddenly frowned and was unhappy. Han Yunshi sat down. "Tell me, I'm ready. Su Xiaoyu is just a spy. Why are you so nervous?" Long Feiyi asked unhappily. He was 70% serious and 30% jealous. Han Yunshi didn't say anything. Long Feiyi said unhappily, "You'll fall for your own compassion sooner or later." Han Yunshi didn't want to refute him, but when she saw his serious and cold brows, she couldn't help but say, Long Feiyi, little Yu is just a child. No matter how bad a child is, there's still a kind angel living in her heart. If you can give her a chance to do good, why not? What about Bailey Mingxiang? Long Feiyi asked. It was just a name. Although he didn't say it out loud, they both knew it in their hearts. In fact, Han Yunshi wasn't compassionate. She believed in people who were close to her, and she was also someone who needed friends. Han Yunshi avoided the topic and asked anxiously, What's wrong with little Yu? She's still alive. Long Feiyi didn't let her worry for too long. Then why do you want me to be mentally prepared? What's going on? Han Yunshi didn't understand. Long Feiyi then told her that Mrs. Helian was a northernly spy. Han Yunshi's heart ached when she heard it. She never thought that the spy beside them would be Mrs. Helian. She treated them so well. Helian Zuexiang married into the Han family very early. Bai Yanqing must have known about your identity long ago. You're very likely to be your father. Long Feiyi said lightly. Knowing that Han Yunshi wasn't the real Han family's legitimate daughter, he felt much more relaxed. Han Yunshi was stunned for a long time. The first thing she said was, You're taking little ear as a hostage? Yes, Han Yuni is already in noble consort Zhao's hands. Long Feiyi replied. You won't really hurt him, right? He's just a child. He definitely doesn't know about the spy. Han Yunshi thought of little Er's sincere and pure expression when he was learning medicine from Gu Beiwei. She firmly believed that it couldn't be fake. That depends on how Helian Zuexiang cooperates with noble consort Zhao. Long Feiyi's implication was that if Helian Zuexiang didn't cooperate, little wouldn't have a good time. Han Yunshi was furious. She slammed the table and stood up. Long Feiyi, I don't have any objections if you kill Helian Zuexiang, but you can't touch a single hair on little Er's head. It's disgraceful to treat a child like this. Long Feiyi scrutinized her in silence. Han Yunshi didn't back down. It's disgraceful. Chapter 878. Dishonorable? Do spies need to be honorable? Long Feiyi retorted. Helian Zuexiang knew that she was a spy, so she shouldn't have given birth to that child. She brought all of this upon herself. But the child is innocent. Han Yunshi retorted. If Su Xiaoyu was guilty and deserved to be punished, then what about little Er? Little Er didn't even know his mother's background. Little Er was also a victim. Little Er said that he would protect her when he grew up. If he knew that his mother was a spy, the stubborn him would definitely cry. Long Feiyi sighed softly. Although a general's success was built on thousands of bones, he wouldn't go so far as to hurt an innocent child. Noble consort Zhao wouldn't really do anything to little Er. At most, she would create some illusions to scare Helian Zuexiang. Helian Zuexiang valued her son more than her own life, so she didn't refuse any of noble consort Zhao's orders. Long Feiyi was just deliberately provoking Han Yunshi. As expected, she couldn't stand it and got angry all of a sudden. Seeing Long Feiyi sigh, Han Yunshi suddenly realized that Long Feiyi was testing her. If one day someone threatened her with news of little she probably wouldn't even be able to calm down and think about whether the news was true or false. So this was what Long Feiyi meant when he said that she would fall into her own mercy. Han Yunshi looked pitifully at Long Feiyi, knowing that she was impulsive and wrong. It didn't matter if she fell into her own mercy, but if one day she dragged Long Feiyi, this unmerciful villain, down with her, then she would be guilty of the most heinous crime. Long Feiyi stared at her, but didn't say anything. Han Yunshi frowned and reflected. Zhao Mama was anxious. This was the first time she had seen His Highness and the princess quarrel. She was really afraid that the princess, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, would say something earth-shattering to annoy His Highness. Granny Zhao hesitated again and again, but in the end she couldn't help but step forward and persuade with a smile. "Your Highness, the princess likes children, so there's nothing we can do about it. When the princess had a child in the future, she would be even more impulsive. Your Highness must keep a close eye on him." Granny Zhao was too talkative. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi simultaneously turned to look at her. Zhao Mama's heart trembled with fear, but she still squeezed out a silly smile. Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi were expressionless. They didn't look at Granny Zhao for long before they both turned their heads and inadvertently met each other's eyes. Han Yunxi immediately lowered her head. Long Feiyi, who had been serious for most of the day, could not help but laugh. No matter how big the problem was, it did not seem to be a problem at this moment. He asked, "Do you like children?" Before Han Yunxi could answer, Long Feiyi asked again, "Boys or girls?" Looking at Long Feiyi's naturally cold face, Han Yunxi could never imagine that he would ask such a question. Granny Zhao, who was standing at the side, was already smiling like a flower. She couldn't help but imagine the tall and burly His Highness holding a little child. How was Han Yunxi supposed to answer? They were clearly discussing a very serious issue, okay? She was clearly reflecting on herself, okay? I'll remember what you said. I like children. So, don't make things too difficult for little ear, okay? Han Yunxi took the opportunity to plead. She knew that there was no absolute justice in this world. Even she herself had used some despicable means. However, despicable means were for despicable people, not for innocent children. She could not sit by and do nothing when she knew that little was in trouble. All right, Long Fei agreed easily. He didn't ask any more questions about the child. Han Yunxi's heart finally settled back into her chest. Although she didn't say it out loud, Helian Zuexiang's betrayal had chilled her heart quite a bit. It was rare for an elder to treat her well, but Han Yunxi did not mention Helian Zuexiang again. She took out a small bag from her bosom and placed it on the table. I picked this up on the way to the snake cave yesterday. Long Feiyi opened it and saw that it was some broken stones, but it emitted a faint fragrance. This is... The white-lipped Krite likes to eat this. Someone scattered this on the road and led the poisonous snakes to the west camp. It's autumn now and snakes are all storing food to survive the winter. After finding food, they will not come out in full force and will only test it out first. Han Yunxi was very certain. Since they like to eat it, why would there be any leftovers? Long Feiyi asked back. Han Yunxi's bag was not lacking. As soon as he finished speaking, he understood what was going on. These stones were deliberately scattered by someone after the 1,000 poisonous snakes arrived at the camp. This was evidence. It was evidence to prove that this snake disaster was not an accident, but rather someone deliberately did it. If the misunderstanding between him and Han Yunxi had not been resolved, if Han Yunxi was still in the Western Qin camp, he would have found the poison masters to deal with this snake disaster. When the poison masters found this evidence, Han Yunxi would be their first suspect. Now that East and Western Qin had stopped fighting, no matter what the reason was, if Western Qin used such a sinister method, East Qin would definitely be angry and might even start fighting again. So, the true culprit's goal was not to disturb the East Qin camp, but rather to sow discord between East and Western Qin, adding oil and vinegar to this old enemy's hatred. Han Yunxi picked up the broken stones to play with. Bailey Yuanlong's suspicion is human nature. Bailey Yuanlong was trying to accommodate Long Feiyi and reluctantly accepted her existence as a hostage. Now that something like this had happened, how could Bailey Yuanlong not suspect her? Not jumping into the trap of the true culprit? Han Yunxi should be glad that she was not the real Western Qin princess. She should be glad that she was by Long Feiyi's side and had an alibi. She should be glad that she had personally found this evidence. Otherwise, Western Qin would not be able to wash away this crime even if they jumped into the Yellow River. By Yanqing? Long Feiyi asked. Other than him, who else could it be? Han Yunxi was puzzled. Long Feiyi. With his poison skills, It wouldn't be hard for him to disturb the Western Qin and East Qin camp. A nest of poisonous snakes is enough to destroy an army. What does he want to do? If Bai Yanqing wanted to fight for the world with East and Western Qin, he could have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Bai Yanqing didn't seem to want the world's power, so what was his goal in stirring up this muddy water? Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you can win 100 battles. They couldn't even figure out Bai Yanqing's goal, so how could they fight him? Perhaps they thought they had won, but they had fallen into another trap of Bai Yanqing's. Long Feiyi also couldn't figure it out. He softly said, "No matter what, we have to find Gu Beiyue as soon as possible." Han Yunxi vigorously nodded. "We'll leave tomorrow. My leg is fine, just give me a wheelchair." Han Yunxi didn't want to stay in the army camp for a second longer. Long Feiyi naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to directly rush into the house where Su Xiaoyu was imprisoned to find Bai Yanqing. He must have used the clue of Su Xiaoyu and the bait of Bailey Mingxiang to set up a trap for Bai Yanqing. Long Feiyi looked at Han Yunxi's leg and was very hesitant. If it was like the doctor said, it would take 100 days to recover. By the time Han Yunxi fully recovered, it would be too late for him to win. They couldn't afford to delay, but he couldn't bear to see her run around while injured. If it affected her recovery and left behind any side effects, it would be too late for regret. Seeing Long Feiyi's hesitation, Han Yunxi's eyes flashed craftily. She grabbed Long Feiyi's hand and began to act coquettishly. "Long Feiyi, whether it's for public or private reasons, let's hurry up and find Gu Beiyue. My leg really hurts. If it takes 100 days, I definitely won't be able to take it. Let's leave tomorrow, all right?" Long Feiyi saw her pleading expression and had long given up. Han Yunxi tugged at his hand again. "Fei, just agree." Long Feiyi was clearly at a loss. He coughed lightly twice and stuttered, all right, I'll make the arrangements right away. You have to be good on the road." "I'll definitely be good." Han Yunxi rejoiced. Long Feiyi really did go to make arrangements. Of course, he didn't just arrange for tomorrow's secret trip, but also had Su Donglin burn down the snake den. He also pretended to invite dozens of poison masters to guard the den and lied about the news, pretending that West Camp had suffered heavy losses and that thousands of soldiers had been poisoned to death to confuse the true culprit. If Bai Yanqing found out that they'd only used a single night to eliminate the Snake Queen, then Bai Yanqing would definitely suspect Han Yunxi. Long Feiyi even ordered the Shadow Guard to increase their defenses and search for spies. It wouldn't be Bai Yanqing himself who'd lured the vipers, but his subordinates. Besides the dancers, there were bound to be other Bai Yanqing's men lying in ambush in the area. By the time Long Feiyi finished dealing with these matters, the sky had already darkened. Han Yunxi couldn't move, so she sat in the main tent and flipped through Long Feiyi's memorials. In just one afternoon, Zhao Mama had brought her 3 types of nourishing soups. As for Long Feiyi and his daughter, there was no news of them for most of the day. This meant that Long Feiyi had ignored them for the entire day. Su Donglin came to report that he'd already found a female doctor to treat Bailey Mingxiang's wound. Han Yunxi only nodded and didn't say anything. After Su Donglin left, Zhao Mama couldn't help but advise, "Princess, Mingxiang went to the poison den because she was worried that her father would harm you." Han Yunxi didn't even need to think to know that Zhao Mama had already gone to see Bailey Mingxiang. She didn't say anything. Zhao Mama had indeed gone to see Bailey Mingxiang and even gave her a good scolding. Bailey Mingxiang was filled with despair and self-blame. She had already stopped crying and was as silent as a mute. "Princess, on the way to the snake den, General Bailey suspected that you were going to harm His Highness. Mingxiang couldn't persuade him, so in a moment of desperation, she chased after you." Han Yunxi turned around and coldly said, "First, they were the direct cause of Long Feiyi's poisoning. Second, they were all Long Feiyi's subordinate. Long Feiyi repeatedly ordered them to leave, but they repeatedly disobeyed. This is a grave crime that cannot be forgiven. Master, Zhao Mama panicked. Who can remain calm in a life and death situation? They also didn't understand the situation. Seeing that the father and daughter were thinking for His Highness, please calm down, okay? If you don't speak, His Highness won't spare them. Han Yunshi sneered. What do you mean by obeying? It means that even if you don't understand the situation, you still have to follow orders. As a master, don't tell me that you have to explain everything clearly to your subordinates before giving orders. Zhao Mama was speechless. She finally understood why the princess was angry. Cold, Han Yunshi instructed, Zhao Mama, help me tell Bailey Mingxiang that I don't want disobedient maidservants. Tell her not to refer to herself as this servant in the future. Zhao Mama's heart was stifled. She nodded and retreated. Just as Zhao Mama was about to leave, Long Feiyi entered. Clearly, he had heard everything Han Yunshi had just said. They were leaving tomorrow. No matter what, he had to deal with Bailey Yuanlong and his daughter tonight. Mo said, fix the bug in the last update. Han Yunshi has a fracture. No matter how agitated she is, she can't stand up. Mo was too agitated and made a mistake. Chapter 879. Long Feiyi clearly heard the conversation between Han Yunshi and Granny Zhao, but he still didn't mention anything about Bailey and his daughter when he entered the room. He didn't know what Han Yunshi was thinking about this matter. Her eyes flashed with a touch of complexity, but she didn't ask much. She sat and couldn't move. He squatted down in front of her and checked her injury. How is it? Does it still hurt? It doesn't hurt. Knock it. Han Yunshi knocked on the wooden plank clamped on her leg. It really didn't hurt at all. Even if it didn't hurt, Long Feiyi couldn't bear to knock it. He called for dinner, tidied up the booklets, washed his hands, and changed into casual clothes. Han Yunshi sat and watched him work. The corners of her mouth curled up. She didn't know that she was blissful. No matter what Long Feiyi did, it was pleasing to the eye. It was said that admiring handsome men was good for the body and mind. Han Yunshi felt that this was very reasonable. After Long Feiyi was done with his work, he brought water to Han Yunshi to wash her hands. Han Yunshi didn't say anything. Looking at him bending down seriously, she hoped that she could draw this scene and freeze it in a painting until the end of time. At this moment they were an ordinary couple. They didn't need to worry about national affairs. They only needed to worry about their daily lives, washing their hands and eating. Long Feiyi, How did I meet you? How did I meet you? Long Feiyi glanced at her and didn't answer. Long Feiyi, How did we meet? Long Feiyi still didn't answer. He wiped her hands clean. Han Yunshi looked up at him tenderly. Long Feiyi, I think. Long Feiyi covered her eyes with his big hand. What nonsense are you thinking? Get ready to eat. I'm not thinking nonsense. I want to eat. He interrupted her. He was naturally cold. If it wasn't for his strong feelings, he wouldn't discuss such tender and sweet feelings with Han Yunshi. He avoided Han Yunshi's tender gaze and seemed uncomfortable. Han Yunshi saw him avoiding her and suddenly laughed. Long Feiyi, I'm thinking that my hands aren't crippled. Why are you washing my hands? Long Feiyi looked over and was obviously stunned. Han Yunshi saw Long Feiyi's awkward look for the first time. She couldn't help but laugh. Yunshi's face. Of course. Of the water Yunshi's face. Yunshi's face. Hans dodged immediately. Long Fei simply splashed her with water. With her legs injured, there was no way she could escape. She looked over. Okay. I'm just kidding. Long Fei was solemn and serious. He abruptly kicked up another wave of water, drenching Han Yunshi's clothes completely. Han Yunshi didn't hide anymore, but gave him a provoking look of her own. The two of them confronted each other seriously. Long Feiyi narrowed his eyes slowly. He pressed the tip of his tongue against the corner of his mouth. Han Yunshi didn't want to be outdone. She lifted her chin and looked at him disdainfully. Long Feiyi leaned forward and placed his hands on both sides of her. He looked at her coldly. If it were anyone else, they would have fainted. Han Yunshi even glared at him as a warning. Long Feiyi ignored her warning and lowered his head slowly. He looked like he was going to bite her. Han Yunshi stopped him and pointed at her calf sternly. She waved her hand like a high and mighty queen. In the silence, Long Feiyi couldn't help but laugh. Han Yunshi laughed too. She looked like a villain who had succeeded. Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi suddenly leaned forward again with a threatening look. Han Yunshi put her hands on his sturdy chest and warned, "Don't bully a disabled person." She was injured. No matter how much trouble she caused, Long Feiyi would have to give in to her. "You can find a different kind of bullying," Long Fei murmured in a low voice, his hot breath brushing against her ear. Han Yunshi couldn't help but shiver. Long Fei's lips were already teasing her sensitive nerves. "Oh my God, this guy must be crazy." She pushed him away hurriedly. "No." He lowered his voice even more. "Be good. Don't move." She would be good and stay still. He would serve her. Han Yunshi's face turned red. How could she do that? She couldn't imagine. Just as Long Feiyi was about to take off her wet clothes, Su Donglin's report came from outside the door. "Your Highness, the young general requests an audience." Both of them were stunned. Han Yunshi immediately burst into laughter. A trace of displeasure flitted across Long Fei's eyes, but he quickly got up. After Han Yunshi changed into clean clothes, Long Fei's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. Han Yunshi couldn't stop laughing. Han Yunshi knew that no matter how unhappy Long Feiyi was, he still wanted to see the young general. They were leaving tomorrow, but Long Feiyi still hadn't dealt with Bailey Yuanlong. He was clearly waiting for someone to plead for leniency. It had been a whole day. The person should be here by now. This young general was none other than Bailey Yuanlong's most outstanding son, his third son, Bailey Yuchi. He was the one who had led troops to surround Fishery Island. His calmness in the face of the poisonous fog had left a deep impression on Han Yunshi. Bailey Yuchi knelt down as soon as he entered. "Your Highness, this general begs for forgiveness on behalf of my father. Father disobeyed a military order and deserves 1,000 deaths. This general begs for your Highness to spare my father's life." Long Feiyi ate his dinner with a gloomy face and ignored him. Seeing that His Highness wasn't speaking, Bailey Yuchi felt uneasy. "Your Highness, the war is imminent. The army can't be without a general. My father already knows his wrongs. Your Highness, please consider." Long Feiyi didn't seem to like the word consider. He raised a hand to stop him and said coldly, "Han Yunshi was the one who dealt with the snake disaster. Let's see what she thinks about this matter." Bailey Yuchi was shocked. His face was full of disbelief, and the resentment that had long been hidden gradually surfaced in his eyes. He finally looked straight at Han Yunshi. Han Yunshi also didn't expect this. She had planned to eat while watching a good show. Who knew that Long Feiyi would actually throw a hot potato at her? From a personal point of view, she didn't want to see pig-like teammates like Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang anymore. However, she couldn't look at this problem from a personal point of view. This father and daughter pair's identities were too special. In terms of transgressions, this father and daughter pair had committed the crime of disobeying a military order. Long Feiyi was the monarch, and the monarch was in the army, so the monarch's orders were military orders. Regardless of whether it was a monarch's order or a military order, anyone who violated it would be killed without mercy. In terms of merit, Bailey Yuanlong had risked his life to fight for her. Long Feiyi and Bailey Mingxiang had successfully called for reinforcements in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Whether there were more merits or transgressions, and whether merits could offset demerits, all depended on a single sentence from Long Feiyi as the master. Long Feiyi asked her what she thought, so she had to look at this problem from Long Feiyi's point of view. Bailey Yuanlong was the head of the Mermaid clan and the East Qin Great General. In terms of military affairs, He was Long Fei Ye's right-hand man and the most senior figure in the East Qin camp. If they killed Bailey Yuanlong at this juncture, or stripped him of his great general rank, the impact would be great. It would shake the army's morale and cause the mermaid clan's dissatisfaction. Moreover, they couldn't find a suitable candidate to completely replace Bailey Yuanlong in the East Qin camp. In the end, this young general in front of them was still a bit immature. Dismissing Bailey Yuanlong would be a momentary pleasure, a sign of irresponsibility to the East Qin army. After all, Bailey Yuanlong's violation of military orders was all because of her, the Western Qin princess, and not because of other military matters. In other matters, Bailey Yuanlong was absolutely obedient to Long Fei Yi. In fact, Bailey Yuanlong's stubbornness and suspicion of her, the Western Qin princess, was actually a sign of his duty in a certain sense. Although Han Yunshi was angry, she also felt a bit of admiration. How could a soldier who had lived and fought for revenge all his life forget his hatred so easily? Trust the enemy? Han Yunshi knew that Bailey Yuanlong couldn't be dismissed, and she had long since seen that Long Fei Yi had no intention of dismissing Bailey Yuanlong. This was because if Long Fei Yi wanted to dismiss Bailey Yuanlong, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have remained silent when they left the snake cave. Instead, he would have had the Shadow Guard stop pouring true energy into Bailey Yuanlong. He didn't personally save him, and he didn't stop the Shadow Guard from doing so either. If Bailey Mingxiang was as smart as before, she would have definitely seen through this. Han Yunshi's attitude towards Bailey Mingxiang's punishment had long been clear. Bailey Mingxiang couldn't die, and she couldn't be punished. Therefore, as soon as she returned to the camp, she told Su Donglin to find the female doctor to apply medicine to Bailey Mingxiang. To them, Bailey Mingxiang's identity was even more special than Bailey Yuanlong's. Long Fei Yi had spent so much effort to use Bailey Mingxiang as a bait. Even Bai Yanqing had taken the bait, so how could they give up on Bailey Mingxiang at this time? In fact, after returning to the camp, Han Yunshi had already understood everything after her rage subsided. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything for a long time. She was also very sure of Long Fei Yi's attitude. Han Yunshi was silent. Bailey Yuchi glared at her angrily, but Long Fei Yi was eating calmly, as if there was no one else present. Han Yunshi smiled bitterly. Was Long Fei Yi so sure that she could handle this matter? Although the attitude towards this matter was clear, how to deal with it was another difficult problem. If Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang were absolved of their crimes, where would Long Fei Yi's prestige as a monarch be? Given Bailey Yuanlong's temper, wouldn't he take a mile when given an inch in the future? Disobeying orders without punishment. This kind of precedent absolutely couldn't be set, especially in the military. If they were to be punished, how should they be punished? If they were punished lightly, the result would be the same as not being punished at all. If they were punished heavily, they couldn't do it at this critical juncture. Han Yunshi pondered, but Bailey Yuchi didn't have that much patience. He suddenly kowtowed. Your Highness, father disobeyed orders and should be beheaded. This general is willing to accept the punishment for father. I ask your Highness to consider the bigger picture and spare father this time. Long Fei Yi sneered. Bailey Yuchi, you mean that my East Qin army can't move forward without your father? This crown prince can't control the overall situation? Although there would be a lot of trouble without Bailey Yuanlong and many of his affairs would have to be pushed back, it didn't mean that his world would fall into chaos without Bailey Yuanlong. Bailey Yuchi was so shocked that he repeatedly denied it. This general is clumsy with his words. This general misspoke. Please punish me, your Highness. Han Yunshi was angry and amused. Why didn't Bailey Yuchi beg her? Long Fei Yi's original words were, the snake disaster was settled by Han Yunshi. Let's see what she thinks about this matter. Long Fei Yi used the three words Han Yunshi and not Western Qin princess, nor did he refer to her as she. This meant that Long Fei Yi had already compromised and only wanted to resolve the snake disaster in private, throwing away Bailey Yuanlong's suspicions of the Western Qin princess. As long as they thanked her and admitted their wrongs regarding the snake disaster, Long Fei Yi would turn a blind eye for the sake of the bigger picture. Chapter 880. As long as Bailey Yuqi expressed his thanks on behalf of his father and admitted his wrongs, Han Yunshi could help Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang put in a few good words with Long Fei Yi. With her persuasion, Long Fei Yi would have a way to step down and punish Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang lightly. Han Yunshi looked at the kowtowing Bailey Yuqi and wished she could kick him. Are all soldiers like this? He can't even think straight. Long Fei Yi hadn't cast aside the East Qin army's dignity. He hadn't asked them to thank the Western Qin princess, nor had he asked them to bow their heads in front of the entire camp. Instead, he had asked them to admit their wrongs to Han Yunshi and thank her in private. Couldn't they do that? If one side admitted their wrongs and thanked her, the other side compromised and persuaded her, the two sides would be even. Everyone would cast aside their suspicions and status and consider the bigger picture. Wouldn't it be better to put on a show? Bailey Yuqi, on the other hand, had completely ignored her existence and made things worse. It'd be strange if Long Fei Yi wasn't angry. Han Yunshi could feel that Long Fei Yi couldn't suppress his anger any longer. Wasn't she the same? Long Fei Yi's hands were slowly clenched from the table. He was about to speak when Han Yunshi pressed down on them. She told herself to calm down for Long Fei Yi's sake. If this Western Qin princess hadn't come to the army, he wouldn't have so much trouble. A calculating look flitted past her eyes before Han Yunshi said, "Your Highness, since you're asking Yunshi, then I'll tell you the truth." Speak. Long Fei Yi couldn't tell what Han Yunshi was thinking. Bailey Yuqi glared angrily at him again, his eyes filled with unease. Your Highness, Yunshi personally believes that General Bailey and Mingxiang weren't wrong. General Bailey didn't give out the antidote in time because he was being cautious. After all, it was given to me, the Princess of Western Qin. If it turned out to be poison and East Qin was completely wiped out, General Bailey would be the biggest criminal. As soon as Han Yunshi said this, not to mention Bailey Yuqi, even Long Fei Yi was surprised. What was this woman trying to do? Han Yunshi continued, in the Snake Cave, although General Bailey and Mingxiang disobeyed military orders, they were still sincere. Which loyal and devoted soldier would abandon his master's safety and flee for his life? Yunshi privately thought that General Bailey would rather defy orders than advance or retreat with His Highness. His courage was commendable. Not only can His Highness not punish General Bailey, he will also be rewarded. No matter what logic it was always decided by the mouth of a person. There was no fixed standard for right and wrong, but arguments were still needed. Han Yunshi silently spurned her own eloquent mouth, but she still continued. As Chunxia sees it, General Bailey should be rewarded with 10 Shadow Guard. 1. To help him heal his wounds and 2. To protect him from danger. Bailey Yuqi was stunned by her words. He always thought that Han Yunshi would use her position to avenge private wrongs and sow discord between his father and His Highness. He never expected Han Yunshi to say something like this. His father had disobeyed orders twice, so he was already prepared to accept his punishment. But Long Fei Yi seemed to have caught on. His lips curved into a smile as he motioned for Han Yunshi to continue. As for Bailey Mingxiang, her contributions were the greatest. If she hadn't risked her life to bring reinforcements, the consequences of the Snake Cave would have been unthinkable. Yunshi thinks that His Highness should reward Mingxiang with a military rank and military merit. Bailey Yuqi's eyes widened at Han Yunshi's words. He wasn't angry, but shocked. Long Fei Yi almost couldn't help laughing. All right, I'll do as you say. He agreed easily, as if he'd listened to anything Han Yunshi said. Long Fei Yi immediately issued orders to reward Bailey Yuanlong and Bailey Mingxiang as Han Yunshi suggested. They'd only mention their contributions and hide the truth about the Snake Cave, as well as Bailey Yuanlong's disobedience. The soldiers were overjoyed that the snake crisis had been averted, but they also celebrated the Bailey father and daughter's commendations. Bailey Mingxiang had been conferred the rank of sergeant, making her the East Qin Army's first female soldier. Bailey Yuqi couldn't figure out what Han Yunxi meant. He practically ran to Bailey Yuanlong's camp. Bailey Yuanlong woke up in the evening after being treated by the Shadow Guard. He and Bailey Mingxiang had just received the news and were both stunned. "Father, what does Han Yunxi want to do?" Bailey Yuqi asked anxiously. Bailey Yuanlong fell silent as images of Han Yunxi losing control over His Highness surfaced in his mind. Ever since he woke up, he'd been blaming himself and mulling over His Highness's words that night. He finally realized that he could stubbornly refuse to believe Han Yunxi, but he had to trust His Highness's choice and judgment. The matter of the antidote and everything in the snake cave proved that Han Yunxi's heart was as magnanimous as His Highness. It had to be said that Bailey Yuanlong sighed in his heart again. How good would it be if that woman wasn't a Western Qin princess? "Father, what does she mean by this?" Bailey Yuqi was extremely anxious. Bailey Yuanlong suddenly laughed. "Hee, it's a pity she's not a man, but it's also a good thing she's not. Han Yunxi hadn't hit him when he was down and instead showed kindness to him and his daughter. As a result, the father and daughter owed her another favor. The most important thing was that Han Yunxi's reward was to give him 10 shadow guards. It seemed like a reward, but she was actually sending 10 shadow guards to monitor his every move and restrain him. If Mingxiang was given a military rank, then once Mingxiang lured Bailey Yuanlong out and completed her mission, she would have to stay in the army and wouldn't be able to stay by their side to serve them. Han Yunxi, you've played a good trick. She really was smart and rational. Perhaps even His Highness wasn't as calm and rational as her at times. If she were a man, she would be His Highness's #1 rival." Bailey Yuanlong was both resentful and impressed. It had to be said that Han Yunxi's actions were much more open and aboveboard than taking the opportunity to avenge a private grudge. She took the bigger picture into consideration. Only this scheme of hers could make His Highness let him and Mingxiang off. Otherwise, with His Highness's temper, even if he didn't punish them severely for the bigger picture, he would still punish them in private. Bailey Yuanlong was completely at his wits' end when it came to Han Yunxi. Bailey Mingxiang's eyes narrowed. She wasn't the least bit happy about receiving a military rank. She was already weak after a night of torment, but after hearing this news, she became depressed and exuded an aura of despair. Not long after, Su Donglin came over. "Miss Mingxiang, His Highness has ordered you to pack up and follow them north tomorrow." Only then did Bailey Mingxiang wake up from her world of despair. "North? Where are we going?" "His Highness has his own plans. How can we, as servants, ask too much?" Su Donglin countered. "Yes." Bailey Mingxiang immediately nodded. "Mingxiang accepts the order." By this time, Long Feiyi had already used his actions to praise Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi's lips were a bit swollen, but she couldn't do anything about him. Long Feiyi and Bailey Yuanlong had the same thought. "If you were a man, you and I would definitely have a battle." "We already had a battle," Han Yunxi said seriously. "Being together was too wonderful." They would always mistakenly believe that they could be united and walk side by side, forgetting that they would eventually meet on the battlefield. Seeing that Long Feiyi's eyes were a bit dim, Han Yunxi changed the topic. "Should we inform Ning Cheng? After all, this is a matter of sowing discord. Bai Yanqing has made a move on the East Qin side, so perhaps she will also make a move on the Western Qin side? I've already sent an envoy over." Long Feiyi indifferently replied. Not only did he send someone to inform Ning Qing, he also asked Ning Qing to create an illusion that Han Yunxi was in the Western Qin army. Han Yunxi was finally relieved. She glanced at the secret letters in his hand and suddenly thought of something. Gu still hasn't replied to me. Could something have happened? With Ning Cheng's temper, it would be strange if he didn't immediately fight with Gu for Bai Yuqiao. After all, this was Ning Cheng's territory, so Han Yunshi had to worry about Gu and Mu Ling. Long Fei Yi and Gu must have been enemies in the past life. Whenever he heard Han Yunshi mention the 3 words Gu, he would feel disdain. Cold as he said, "Don't worry about him. Even if the sky collapses, nothing will happen to him." Han Yunshi did not say anything else. She was thinking that she would have sued Dong Linchek if the letter had been sent. After being delayed for so long, the food had already turned cold. Long Fei Yi had Granny Zhao bring some more food over and the two of them sat across from each other. They quietly ate and no longer talked about business. Han Yunshi picked up food for Long Fei Yi and only placed it on his rice. Long Fei Yi directly placed it next to her mouth and fed her. When night fell, Han Yunshi was exhausted and went to bed early. Long Fei Yi, on the other hand, was still unable to rest. He had to leave the next day, so he had to deal with all of the accounts. Han Yunshi had already woken up when Long Fei Yi was just about to fall asleep. She was about to get up, but when she saw him come in, she immediately stopped and pretended to sleep. He did not hug her for fear of touching her wound. Instead, he lay down beside her and slept on the same pillow as her. He pulled her hand and placed it on his abdomen, pressing it with his large hand. Han Yunshi waited for a long time before she gently moved. When she saw that Long Fei Yi did not notice, she was certain that he had fallen asleep. She pulled her hand away and sat up. After waiting for a while, when she saw that Long Fei Yi still did not move, she carefully pulled out his left hand and removed the gauze. She saw that the bite mark was very deep, and the originally bright red mark had darkened a little. Silly! Her heart ached and she wanted to laugh at the same time. She took out the medicine that she had secretly concocted and applied it gently. The autumn night in the military camp was extremely quiet. Under the dim light, she was focused and careful, as if she was a thief, afraid that she would be discovered if she made any big movements. If it were any other time, applying medicine would not be a problem at all. But this time, it took her a lot of effort to do it. She secretly exhaled. Just as she was about to bandage the wound, Long Fei Yi suddenly said, "Han Yunshi, do you really like children?" Han Yunshi jumped in fright, and her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She looked at Long Fei Yi in panic. Long Fei Yi slowly opened his eyes and got up. As he wiped off the ointment on his hand, he asked, "Do you like boys or girls?" He still remembered what Granny Zhao had said during the day. Han Yunshi looked at his hand and said seriously, "It'll really leave a scar. It won't look good." Long Fei Yi admired her masterpiece in his hand and said, "When I was young, Tang Li told me a legend about birthmarks. He said that birthmarks were actually bite marks left by lovers in their previous lives." Chapter 881. Long Fei Yi wanted to say something but stopped. He realized that Han Yunshi didn't seem to be interested in the bite mark. "You don't believe it?" Long Fei Yi asked. Long Fei Yi was such a cold person. How rare was it for him to come up with such a romantic legend? Han Yunshi actually wasn't interested. How extravagant! If all the women in the world knew about this, they would trample on Han Yunshi until her soul dissipated and she never reincarnated. However, Han Yunshi could afford to be extravagant. Han Yunshi wasn't interested and didn't believe it. As a doctor and Long Fei Ye's wife, she was most concerned about whether the wound on his hand would be infected and whether it would leave a scar. She wasn't surprised that Tang Li knew about this kind of lie to deceive girls. However, Long Fei Yi actually listened and believed it? This was too unbelievable. "Long Fei Yi, do you believe this kind of legend?" Han Yunshi asked in return. Long Fei Yi gently rubbed the bite mark on his hand and chuckled. "You bit me. I'm willing to believe it." "If what?" Han Yunshi was curious. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi didn't say anything. "It's a secret." Han Yunshi was originally just a little curious. However, when Long Fei Yi kept her in suspense, she immediately became anxious. "Tell me, if what?" Long Fei Yi didn't answer. He took the gauze and bandaged the bite mark again. He didn't forget to warn her, "Don't have any ideas about it." If what? Han Yunshi looked wronged. If he kept her in suspense like this, how was she going to sleep in the long night? Long Feiyi ignored her and lay down on his side. Han Yunshi didn't give up. Dragging her injured legs, she turned sideways with difficulty and tickled him. "Say it." Long Feiyi let her scratch him, smiling without saying anything. Han Yunshi scratched harder and harder. Long Feiyi finally couldn't stand it anymore. He pressed her hands on his body and said, "If you move again, I won't forgive you." This warning was too effective. Han Yunshi immediately knew her place. Long Feiyi hugged her and asked, "Han Yunshi, do you like boys or girls?" Han Yunshi snorted. "It's a secret." Long Feiyi burst out laughing. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Han Yunshi pursed her lips. Her attitude was firm. Long Feiyi immediately scratched her. Han Yunshi panicked. "You can't treat a disabled person like this. Long Feiyi, hey." Her legs couldn't move, and when she finally managed to sit up to avoid him, he pushed her down again. He tickled her until she couldn't stop laughing and almost couldn't breathe. "Are you going to tell me?" "I'm not going to tell you even if you beat me to death." Long Feiyi was ruthless. He bit off her collar. Han Yunshi was shocked. After that, he stopped tickling her and was no longer domineering. He suddenly became gentle. Han Yunshi realized that her legs weren't completely immobile. Under his guidance, she obediently cooperated. Just like that, she was immersed in his gentleness and forgot everything else. That night, Han Yunshi didn't know how she fell asleep. Long Feiyi, who had started eating meat, really made it difficult for her to bear. Perhaps because she was too tired during this period of time, Han Yunshi slept until noon the next day. When she woke up, Long Feiyi had already prepared everything. Granny Zhao was waiting at the side to serve her. It wasn't that Long Feiyi found it inconvenient, but that he didn't understand some things. "Your Highness, leave it to this servant. It'll be done very quickly." Granny Zhao stood by the door and said with a smile. Who knew that Long Feiyi would glance at her and whisper, "In the future, don't let her see those nonsensical things." Other than those two little black books, what else could he be talking about? Granny Zhao almost thought that His Highness liked those two books. She stared blankly until His Highness left and the princess called her. Only then did she regain her senses. In order to hide her identity, Han Yunshi was still dressed as a guard. She didn't know if Long Feiyi had gone to see Bailey Yuanlong this morning, but she didn't want to ask. After leaving the barracks, she was like a bird that had been set free. Her body and mind were suddenly relaxed. The carriage stopped at the northern part of the barracks. Aside from the shadow guard and poison guards who were secretly following them, there was only the driver, Uncle Gao, and Bailey Mingxiang. Uncle Gao stood next to Long Feiyi's private carriage, while Su Donglin and Bailey Mingxiang stood next to a smaller carriage. Han Yunshi glanced at the carriage and saw that it was equipped with a wheelchair. She thought that she probably didn't have many opportunities to use a wheelchair. Han Yunshi hurriedly let Long Feiyi enter the carriage. She didn't want Bailey Mingxiang to run over crying and apologizing to her and Long Feiyi again. Fortunately, Bailey Mingxiang didn't do that. She respectfully lowered her head and didn't even look at them. After they set off, Su Donglin whispered as he drove, "Miss Mingxiang, His Highness told me to confirm with you that you've brought that thing with you. It's very important for this trip." Bailey Mingxiang grasped the thing in her sleeve and said seriously, "I've brought it with me. Please rest assured, Your Highness. Mingxiang will definitely not disappoint you." After a while, Su Donglin sighed softly. "Miss Mingxiang, His Highness is magnanimous. Instead of punishing you, he rewarded you. If you complete His Highness's task this time, you'll definitely be promoted when you return. When the time comes, you'll stay in the army and naturally won't have to marry outside. You'll have a stable life, unlike your sisters." Bailey Mingxiang was silent for a long time before replying faintly, "Meeting His Highness is Mingxiang's good fortune accumulated over several lifetimes. It's good that you know. Those people in the army don't know the truth about His Highness keeping you by his side. They're blindly kicking up a fuss. Don't take it to heart. Su Donglin added. How could Su Donglin be so meticulous? Wasn't this what Zhao Mama had told him before he left? Although she was in the carriage, Bailey Mingxiang's face burned red when she heard Su Donglin's words. That night at the bonfire party, when everyone was kicking up a fuss, she was still calm. However, after being reminded by Su Donglin in private, she felt that her last secret had been revealed to the public. Liking His Highness was such an overconfident thing. She clearly knew that she was overconfident, but she couldn't help it and couldn't control herself. If feelings could be controlled, they wouldn't be called feelings. She had originally planned to hide this secret deep in her heart for the rest of her life, but who knew that His Highness would take a fancy to her and keep her by his side, using her as a guide? Who knew that everyone would kick up a fuss at the bonfire party? Who knew that her father, who had always wanted to marry her off, would covet the position of empress just because Han Yunxi was the princess of Western Qin? All of this had happened too suddenly and too coincidentally. Today's situation made her feel as if she was standing naked in front of everyone. There was only one word to describe it: shame. Why couldn't she secretly like him? She had steeled her heart to hide this secret for the rest of her life. Why couldn't she even secretly like him now? She really didn't have any other thoughts. She stayed by the princess's side to sincerely serve and guard her. In fact, even if the princess didn't give her a military rank, she wouldn't have stayed after completing her mission. When the last secret in her heart was revealed to the public, how could she face the princess? How could she face His Highness? Bailey Mingxiang felt so bad that she wanted to cry. She suddenly missed the days in the Duke of Qin's mansion and pill fiend pharmacy. The princess taught her the art of poison and medicine step by step. She was clearly younger than her, but she was like an older sister. The pitiful thing about Bailey Mingxiang was that she treated Long Fei and Han Yunxi as her everything. Long Fei, on the other hand, had never placed her in his eyes. Han Yunxi, on the other hand, didn't care about her as much as before, either. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi were discussing how to lure out Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi had already received a clear message from the Shadow Guard that the Shadow Guard, who had been tailing Su Xiaoyu for the past 3 days, would have a chance to sneak to Su Xiaoyu's side and contact her. As long as they could contact Su Xiaoyu, it would be easy to lure out Bai Yanqing. You mean to say that Bai Yanqing isn't at Su Xiaoyu's place? Han Yunxi asked seriously. Amen. Su Xiaoyu is being held captive within Tianning's borders. It's called Black Tower, and it's very close to the three-way black market. The Shadow Guard has been tailing her for a long time, but he hasn't found any traces of Bai Yanqing, Long Fei Yi said, then added, perhaps he's already been there, but the Shadow Guard didn't notice. The Shadow Guard has only been able to get close to Black Tower recently. You want to borrow Su Xiaoyu's mouth to reveal the secret of the perplexing butterfly illusion and lure Bai Yanqing to Black Tower. Han Yunxi was very surprised. She had always thought that Bailey Mingxiang would be the one to lure Bai Yanqing out. Long Fei Yi had been waiting for Bai Yanqing to make a move against Bailey Mingxiang this entire time, but Bai Yanqing hadn't shown himself yet. Long Fei Yi had long since given up. Yes, the perplexing butterfly illusion belongs to the poison sect. My imperial mother paid a huge price to find it in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. If Bai Yanqing is a direct descendant of the poison sect, he'll definitely know about it. Long Fei Yi explained. He's definitely looking for the perplexing butterfly illusion as well. As long as Su Xiaoyu asks, he'll definitely go personally. Han Yunxi finally understood what kind of trap Long Fei Yi had dug. She asked, then Bailey Mingxiang Long Fei Yi's eyes flashed with a sinister light. If we lure Bai Yanqing out this time, we can't let him escape no matter the price. We don't have time in Northern Li. Bailey Mingxiang is the key to killing Bai Yanqing. Han Yunxi understood. When Bai Yanqing saw Bailey Mingxiang, He'd fear the fact that Bailey Mingxiang was a dual cultivator with Long Fei Yi. He'd definitely take Bailey Mingxiang's life first. As long as Bai Yanqing attacked Bailey Mingxiang would have a chance to target Bai Yanqing with the object in his hands. That's a good idea, Han Yunxi muttered to herself. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi secretly headed north, while waiting for news from the Shadow Guard and Su Xiaoyu. Han Yunxi believed that Su Xiaoyu was a clever girl. As long as the Shadow Guard had a way to get close to her, she'd definitely take care of things. They'd already set out, but Ning Qing had just arrived at the capital to see Gu. This trip will be dangerous. Miss Ling shouldn't go. Ning Cheng's tone sounded more like an order than a discussion. Gu's eyes flashed coldly before he wrapped an arm around Mu Ling's shoulders and chuckled. Aya, this young master's a clingy girl. She follows me wherever I go, and I've gotten used to it. Without her around, I feel uncomfortable all over. He purposely glanced at Ning Qing. Say, what do you think we should do? I didn't expect seventh young master to dote on this girl as well as Poison Lass. Ning Qing put on a fake smile, a little doubtful. Ningen had almost killed Mu Ling before, but Gu hadn't even spared her a glance. Gu suddenly grew serious as he let go of Mu Ling and patted Ning Qing on the shoulder. Her big sister told me to do it. If anything happens to her, this young master won't be done with her. This young master has no other choice. Ning Cheng's suspicions were dispelled as he ordered someone to bring Bai Yuqiao over and prepare to set out. Because of Gu Qishao's words, Mu Linger's mood soared to the 9 heavens before plummeting back down. It took her a while to calm down. She felt that something was off with Qi Gij, but she couldn't put her finger on it. That day, Ning Qing and Gu set out north in the direction of Three-Way Black Market. They seemed to be arriving before Long Fei Ye's group. Chapter 882. As Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi traveled north, Medical City and Medicine City sent them a lot of medicine. After receiving Long Fei Ye's letter, the King of Medicine from Medicine Hut also sent the best ointment from Medicine Hut. The most effective ointment in the world had already been used by Gu Beiyue. The medicine they sent couldn't heal Han Yunxi in a day or two, but it would more or less shorten the duration of her illness. If Han Yunxi took medicine on time every day and didn't suffer a second injury, she could basically recover in about a month. Although this trip was important, Long Fei Yi still put Han Yunxi's injuries first. Along the way, he didn't forget to eat 3 meals. He also didn't travel day and night like before, finding an inn to spend the night almost every day. That night, they arrived at the county town very late and checked into an inn. Long Fei Yi carried Han Yunxi out of the carriage. Su Donglin pushed the wheelchair over, only to discover that Han Yunxi had already fallen asleep. No need, Long Fei Yi said indifferently. Su Donglin hurriedly led the way. Bailey Mingxiang watched them from behind for a long time before following. His Highness and the princess didn't have any servant girls by their side. Only Su Donglin accompanied them, but Su Donglin was a man, so it wasn't convenient. The princess's legs were also inconvenient, so His Highness had to personally attend to many things. Along the way, she was impulsive several times and wanted to volunteer herself, but in the end, she didn't dare to say a word. When Bailey Mingxiang went upstairs, Su Donglin was passing by with water. She hesitated for a while before opening her mouth. "Bodyguard Su, how about I do it?" His Highness said that there's no need to wait on her. "I'll just bring the water in. Miss Mingxiang, you should rest early." Su Donglin left after speaking. Bailey Mingxiang gritted her teeth and silently left. How could she rest? Along the way, there wasn't a single good night's sleep. In the middle of the night, after tossing and turning in bed for a long time, she finally got up and stood by the railing outside the door, staring blankly at the starry sky above the courtyard. After a while, she still couldn't help but turn her head and look at the tightly shut door. She thought, His Highness and the princess must be asleep, right? Just like that, Bailey Mingxiang stood outside the door for the whole night. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, Long Feiyi and Han Yunxi did not sleep. These days, Long Feiyi would transfer internal energy to Han Yunxi from time to time. With the strengthening of her inner strength, Han Yunxi began to learn how to use her inner strength. Every time Long Feiyi transferred his inner strength to her, she would need a period of time to recover. Just like that, Han Yunxi, who was known to be a good-for-nothing in martial arts, had quietly become a martial arts expert. The next day, just as she was about to leave the inn, the shadow guard delivered Gu's reply. Under Long Feiyi's gaze, Han Yunxi opened the letter. Gu replied, "No matter what, I will complete the task. Bai Yuqiao has yet to confess. If there is any progress, I will contact you again." This reply was within Han Yunxi's expectations, so she didn't think much of it. Long Feiyi glanced at it expressionlessly and didn't comment. "Don't worry. Although he won't help you, he won't ruin your plans either." Han Yunxi smiled. Long Feiyi snorted softly, but didn't say anything else. Han Yunxi had asked Gu to interrogate Bai Yuqiao in order to find Gu Beiyue, not to get involved in the struggle between Eastern, Western Qin, and Bai Yanqing. Han Yunxi only hoped that Bai Yuqiao would quickly confess and reveal Gu Beiyue's whereabouts. When the time came, she and Long Feiyi would lead Bai Yanqing to the Black Tower and lure the tiger away from the mountain so that Gu could save Gu Beiyue. Han Yunxi was about to reply to Gu when Long Feiyi stopped her. "Don't reveal his whereabouts. After all, he is with Ning Qing." Han Yunxi thought about it and felt that he was right. If they could avoid correspondence, they should avoid it. After all, it wasn't absolutely safe to send letters by goshawk. After leaving the inn, they continued to head north. Han Yunxi and the rest had only been gone for about 10 days, but Ning Qing and Gu had already arrived at the three-way black market. At this time, they stopped at the entrance of the three-way black market. Ning Qing wanted to continue walking, but Gu stopped him. "Bai Yuqiao, it's only half a day's journey from here to the Black Tower, right?" "Yes, if we're fast, it won't even take half a day." Bai Yuqiao answered truthfully, a complicated look flashing past his eyes. The three-way black market was not only close to the Black Tower, but also to the three-way battlefield. After the three-way battlefield, they would be in northernly territory. She had steeled her heart to betray her master, but that didn't mean that she had steeled her heart to rely on Ning Qing. She was constantly worried about her senior brother Jun Yixie. When they arrived at the three-way black market, her worry grew, and she subconsciously thought of escaping. She thought that as long as she could escape to northernly, it would be easy to contact her senior brother. Most of Northern Li's southern regions were under her senior brother's control. "Bai Yuqiao, is your master in the Black Tower right now?" Gu asked next. "I can't be sure, but I promise that even if master isn't here, I'll definitely lure him to the Black Tower," Bai Yuqiao vowed. "Then we'll stop at the three-way black market and scout out the situation first before making further plans." Gu shrugged his shoulders and looked towards Ning Qing with a grin. "We're already at the entrance. Shouldn't Master Ning do his part as a host?" The three-way black market had a long history and a complicated network of powers. It was much more complicated than Tianning's black market. Cloud Realm Trade Consortium didn't have much power in Tianning's black markets, but they were definitely half a master in the three-way battlefield. That was because the consortium was backed by the D clan, a merchant clan with as long a history as the three-way black market. Ning Cheng's face was expressionless as he said, "Please. Not just anyone could enter the three-way black market, especially. It required proof of identity and qualifications, as well as multiple inspections. But with Ning Qing leading the way, Gu's group used a secret passage that allowed them to pass unobstructed. Mu Ling and Bai Yuqiao both knew of the three-way black market's existence, but Mu Ling wasn't interested. Bai Yuqiao, on the other hand, couldn't help but sigh in amazement the entire way. She didn't know much about the D clan, but never expected them to have such deep pockets and influence among the people. She couldn't help but glance up at Ning Qing, only to see him as lofty as a mountain. He was cold and noble, but held so much power in his hands despite his young age. She couldn't help but compare Ning Qing to her senior brother. If senior brother hadn't been tricked by master, he could be like Ning Qing or Long Feiyi, holding great power and holding his own. Although the three-way black market was Cloud Realm Continent's largest black market, largest didn't refer to the area it occupied, but the volume of transactions it made. A single day's worth of goods traded here was worth 10 days' worth of revenue for an entire prefecture. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that its wealth rivaled that of a nation. Ning Qing settled Gu's group in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's headquarters, the most luxurious palace in the three-way black market. Bai Yuqiao was quickly locked up by the guards, while Gu and Mu Ling stayed next door. As soon as Ning Qing left, Mu Ling immediately went to find Gu. "Qi brother, why did you come here? This is Ning Qing's territory," Mu Ling murmured. Gu Qishao was currently lying comfortably on the soft chaise lounge, his eyes closed as he rested. Rushing all the way here had tired him to death. "Qi brother," Mu Ling tugged at his sleeve as Gu elegantly extended a hand in front of Mu Ling. "Help give Qi brother a massage." Mu Ling didn't have the courage to refuse, but happily took his hand and began to massage it gently. Still, she didn't forget to remind him, "Qi brother, this is Ning Qing's territory." "What's wrong with his territory?" Gu asked lazily. Mu Ling didn't know how to answer, so she thought for a while before saying, "Qi brother, are you suspecting Ning Qing of something?" Gu's eyes widened. "Even you can tell?" He had long suspected Ning Qing. If even Mu Ling this stupid girl, could tell, then wouldn't Ning Qing have long seen through it? Mu Ling said seriously, "Qi brother, I saw through it long ago, but Ning Qing probably didn't. Because Ning Qing doesn't understand you, but I do." Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at Mu Ling not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "What do you understand about me?" Mu Ling couldn't give a specific answer. "Anyway, I just understand you. I guarantee that you must be suspecting Ning Qing of something, right?" Gu gestured for Mu Ling to come closer with his finger. Mu Ling immediately moved closer, so close that Gu had no choice but to step back a little to put some distance between them. He said in a low voice, "Girl, since you've seen through it, you should continue acting. If you let the cat out of the bag and ruin Qi brother's plans." "Ha ha." Gu laughed dryly and warned, "Qi brother isn't done with you." Unexpectedly, Mu Ling giggled. "Ling just wants to be done with Qi brother. I won't be done with him for the rest of my life." Gu was instantly stunned. Mu Ling saw that he was stunned and her smile immediately froze. She then realized that she had been too happy and said what was on her mind. Gu quickly came back to his senses and laughed. "Good, you've learned how to tease people. Haha, looks like your sister doesn't have to worry about you not being able to get married." Looking at Qi brother's flirtatious smile and bright smiling eyes, Mu Ling almost couldn't help but blurt out, "Ling won't marry anyone else but Qi brother." However, she didn't say it in the end. It wasn't that she didn't dare to say it, but she was afraid. Afraid that if she said it, it would give him a clear reason to reject her. Many people didn't dare to express their love, not because they didn't have the courage to pursue it, but because they were afraid that they would lose all opportunities. "Qi brother, Ling will wait for you to grow old, wait for you to be unable to run, wait for no one to want you, wait for you to die. Ling must live well and live for 15 minutes longer than you do. We can't be together when we're alive, but we must be together when we die. Qi brother, Ling doesn't even know how much I love you." Pain and happiness were hidden in her heart. Mu Ling was still smiling. She had already learned to smile like Gu and could smile brightly at any time. "Qi brother, what do you suspect about Ning Qing? Did he bully my sister?" Mu Ling asked. Gu said in a low voice, "That letter is a lie." "How can that be?" Mu Ling was shocked. poison girl told us to interrogate Bai Yuqiao and try to rescue Gu Beiwei. She didn't ask us to help Ning Qing deal with Bai Yanqing, Gu said seriously. Gu was always laughing and joking, but he was very careful and shrewd. Even the slightest clue couldn't escape his eyes. If Han Yunxi hadn't told him and Mu Ling in private, then Ning Cheng's forged letter would have fooled him. However, Han Yunxi had already told him and Mu Ling. How could Ning Qing hide it from him when he didn't know the situation? Han Yunxi was most concerned about Gu Beiwei. The letter mentioned 3 things, but it didn't mention Gu Beiwei. Instead, it emphasized that they should help Ning Qing find Bai Yanqing. If this wasn't forged, then what was it?